Hello everyone, welcome to another video. In this video, we'll do something a little bit different than what I am used to. Basically, we'll build a whole project in one video. So I'm just testing a new format. So instead of dividing a whole project into several episodes, we will just build the whole project from start to finish in one video. Now, the project we'll build is a REST API for a bookstore, a library, whatever, doesn't really matter. We'll be just dealing with books and their attributes. And we will build a REST API that supports create, read, update, and delete functionalities, so CRUD. This will be built in Express, and we'll also be using Docker to set up our database and to set up our application. We'll also write tests for the API. Okay, so without further ado, I think we can get to coding. So first thing we need to do, we need to create some folders to create some structure. Let's create a app folder. This is where our application will go. Let's create a folder where I will store the DDLs, so the SQL scripts that will create our database tables. So I will not be using an ORM. So basically an object relational mapper. It's a kind of a package for Node. We'll be using Node, of course. And that just helps you manage the database and access the database. We'll write it on our own. I don't think it makes that much sense with this size of an application. This will be a relatively small application. Now, new folder, this is where our tests will go. And for now, that's it. So what we need to say npm init -y to accept the default parameters, and it has created a package.json file for us. Okay, what I like to create right away is .git ignore. This is what basically here we'll put files and folders that we don't know or we don't want to be committed to our version control. And this will definitely be node modules. And this will definitely be .env file. We'll create these, node modules will be created on its own. .env we will create in a second. Okay, let's now go inside our app folder and let's create an app.js file. Inside this app.js file, what we will do is we'll of course create our application. So what we need is we need to install Express. So what we need to say npm I Express. By the way, I'll maybe make it a little bit bigger for you. Okay, Express has been installed. So what we can see const express equals require express. And now we can create an application by calling the express function. And now the last thing we need to do is we need to say application.listen, let's say on port 3000, this doesn't really matter. And from this module, let's export this app. This will be useful for us for testing later on. Speaking of testing, let's create a new file in the testing folder. Let's here say app.js. And what we want to test in the app.js, for the tests we'll be, by the way, using Chai. Let me install it, npm I Chai. So we'll be using Chai and Mocha. I think this is a pretty classic setup. We need an expect function so that we can make our tests, and this will be require, if only I could spell, require Chai. Now we'll import our application. So basically we are here, we need to go to folders app, then we need to go / and here Visual Studio Code is helping us, so /app, right? Because we are in app folder in the app file. Now if you mouse over it and you see the express here, it means that it has been properly imported. Okay, let's create a short test case. So a describe, if you don't know it, although we have already gone through the basics of testing with Mocha and Chai of a web application in my to-do app series, you can just go there. There I explain perhaps it a little bit more. You should find an episode that is titled somehow with test. So okay, right now describe creates like a section of test cases. So here, let's just call it testing app creation, app creation. And you pass a callback here and here with it, not, you say app is correctly exported. You can see whatever, you can of course say whatever you want. And we just pass here a callback, and now we expect that the type of our app to equal function. And if that's true, this is the test case will be successful. This is not that much of a test, but I just like to have like the basic test, you know, to begin in a correct way the project. Okay, and now let's go to our packaged JSON and let's modify this. So we don't want it now to be what it has been, but we want it to be mocha -- recursive. Oops, recursive and -- exit, so that it exits when the tests are finished. Okay, we need to install Mocha, of course, npm Mocha to be able to run this. And here also I will create a dev script, and the dev script we will use to run the dev version of our application, and we'll be using something called nodemon. Okay, I just overrode these changes. If you do too many things at the same time, it's sometimes because the process was adding basically here this part and I was modifying this part, therefore there was a little conflict. However, currently you just resolve it by clicking up here. Okay, we have our test script, we have our dev script. Now if I say npm run test, we should be seeing our Mocha, and we are seeing that the test case is successful. What I like to do with the tests, I like to sometimes first create it in a failed way, because it's very simple to basically get these test cases wrong. Because essentially what can happen is, I don't know, that there can be some kind of asynchronous code and you don't treat it correctly. I sometimes just like to create a test case that fails first, and then I now know that it fails, and now I can do that correct. Okay, that's cool. We have our application, and this is mostly it. Right away, I think for the application, I will create, here we can say app.use. And now we'll use express.url encoded, and this is so that we can see the bodies, or the body of the requests that come to us. Extended false, we will not have any very complicated bodies. App.use, express.json. Okay, now we'll be able to work with the body later on, and for now this is fine for us. Okay, now what we also need is a database. So of course, because we need a database, now we need a Docker container that creates this database for us. So I will create a new file here called docker compose.yml. Now docker compose.yml, here we'll need two services. One service or one container will be our application, and one container will be our database. Now this means that you need to have Docker installed on your system. Now I am using Windows, and it is a little bit more complicated, but if you just Google how to install Docker on Windows and then or Google for something called Docker Desktop, you should be able to find it. Now there are some prerequisites. It's not so simple to make the installation. You need to adjust some options in Windows, and then you also need Linux subsystem for Windows. However, you should be able to figure this out. If you can't, you can also follow these this video. However, you'll need to use just Postgres database, and because we'll be using Postgres database, you'll need to have it installed not inside a Docker container. You will need to have it installed just locally. I also have this, but for this video we will be using a Docker one. Okay, so now inside this, it always starts with a version. I'll be using version 3, and then for our services. So first off, we have a Postgres service. Right, and now the Postgres service, we will be using an image. Our image will be Postgres 14. And then we want it to, if it crashes, we want it to restart. Now for the environment variables. For the environment variables, we will need Postgres user, and we'll pass the value using the .env file and Postgres password. And let's create the .env file. So if I put it here, I created the wrong name. I put a comma instead of dot. If I put it here, when I run docker compose command, it will automatically read this .env file. Okay, first off, we'll be using this later on, just to let our nodes know that it's in development environment. But then Postgres user will be test, and Postgres password will also be test. You can put here something a little bit more creative. I just go with it. Okay, now what we still need is we need a number of volumes. So for the volumes that we need is we need a volume for the database, so that every time you create a new image, you don't lose everything that you have in the database. And therefore, what you will need to do is we will map a database folder that will be created here when we run this in Docker Compose, and we map it to /var/lib/PostgreSQL/data. And this is basically a path in the image itself or in the container itself where the data of the database will be stored. Okay, now what we also can do is we can map our DDL folder so that the DDL scripts are on the container. Okay, now a second service of ours is application, so app. And to build it, we will be using a context. And basically a context is where your Docker file is. And for now we don't have a Docker file, but we'll create it soon. So context dot, because it will be in this directly in this folder. Then for the volumes, inside the volumes, we'll pass in our whole database. And this is because we will be using nodemon inside the container to automatically restart our application when we change code. And now port mapping, we need to set this up so that we are able to access our application from the in our browser, for example. I will just use port 3000. Now for the restartability, I'll actually not set the restartability. We'll be using the one that comes with nodemon. I will create a dependency on the Postgres service. And for the environment, what we will pass now is we'll definitely pass the Postgres user and Postgres passwords. And what I will also pass here is the node env. You later on can set this to production. It actually makes your application run a little bit quicker by disabling some debugging options. I'll also add here a Postgres port. I'll add here a Postgres host also. And for now, that's it. Okay, so I created Postgres port and Postgres host. Therefore, I need to add it right here. So Postgres port will be, let's see what we can do here. Let's do maybe 5001 or something. I would normally do 5432. However, I have already a Postgres database running locally. Therefore, I just do something different. And then the Postgres host, it is very important here. This is a Postgres because this is how we called this service right here. Oops, right here. If we set something else here, like a DB or something like this, you would need to adjust it there. But we are using Postgres, so we have Postgres. Okay, now here we can create a Docker file. Oops, did I make a Docker file? No, okay. So and let's now use, I don't know, node version 16. It can be the Alpine image. They are slightly smaller. First, what we want to do, we want to copy our package-log.json and our package.json. We want to copy to the home location in the container. Then what we want to do is we want to install our dependencies. And then basically now very often what you would see is that we would copy all the files, but this is actually not necessary for us because we have the volume. So the files will automatically be already in the container. Okay, and now we just say npm run dev. Okay, and this should allow us on the one hand side to run our application. So basically the CMD will just run a command when this container starts, and we say npm run dev because this is what we have right here. So this will exactly write or this will run this command. We need to add one more thing. The problem with NodeMon and Windows file system is that it doesn't really, as far as I know currently, see file changes very well. In order for it to work, we need to say legacy watch. This will just change how NodeMon checks for file changes, and this will work this way. Okay, so now we have created our database. We have created our Docker file for our application. So now we should be able to run our application. So what we need to do next is very simple. We just have to say docker compose app build. Wait a little bit because now it will build and download everything if you don't have the images locally. So I will see you when it's done. And currently here we got an error that a NodeMon has not been found. Okay, we can remedy this error pretty easy. So basically what we need to do is we need to say npm I nodemon. This will install nodemon. And then we will just once again build the image. So we once again say docker compose app -- build, and this will build the image once again. And once again, I will see you when it's done, or maybe it will be done quickly so that I don't need to cut the video. Okay, I had to, but looks like everything has succeeded. So let's just take a short look. Let's take because currently we will not be able to get to our application because we don't have any endpoints created, but it looks like here that the database system is ready to accept connections and that everything here has been successful. Also, what we can test for is we can, for example, test if this will restart. Oh, now it's restarting very often. Okay, currently this container or the NodeMon is restarting it multiple times. I must say I'm not sure why. I probably suspect that this is still an issue with the legacy watch of basically how NodeMon extracts the file changes. However, with this, I currently don't know what we'll be able to do. Let's see if this will create some issues for us in the future. Okay, but what is important is we have the database running. Therefore, let's go into our app here. Let's create a db.js file, and what we will definitely need a next. I'll actually bring it up here. We'll definitely need to install a module called PG. This will allow us to interact with Docker. Now, what we can do here is we will create a client. So client will require PG. Now, the client will allow us to connect to the database. And what we need from the client to connect to the database, we need to create a new client. Inside this, here we need a number of options. First off, we need a user. And the user we'll get from our environment variable, which is called user. Now, we'll create two more. We'll need two more. One will be password. And we'll get that from Postgres_password variable. And the third one will be a host. We will get that from Postgres_host. Okay, now this should allow us to connect to the client. Okay, here we once again see that restarting. It doesn't really matter currently. What we need to say is client connect, and then client.query. Basically, what we want to do is we want to select now. So we are selecting the current time. And when we do that, we want to pass the response. We want to log that we have connected to the DB. To it, we want to add the response and then rows, the first row, because there will be only one. and now. Okay, something doesn't work here, and it's because I don't need this thing. Okay, and then from this module, we want to export the client. Okay, let's stop this. This will be stopped. Okay, Docker compose app -- build once again, and now it should connect us to the database, or it won't connect us to the database because we have never run this code. But what we can do is we can go inside the test here and pass in create a test also for the DB. So basically what we'll do is, once again, we will import the expect function from Chai. Chai. We will import a client class because we'll be checking if what we exported from the module is the correct class. So now we'll import our client. So once again, one folder up, and here it is helping us. Visual Studio Code is helping us from the DB. And okay, now we want to describe. We are testing client. And basically what we want to have is we want to have a test case that checks if the exported client is instance of PG client. To this we pass a callback where we'll execute the test case, and we want to expect that the client instance of client to true. Okay, so this will basically check if it is true. But before we check that, let's do a false first. So basically, let's try to create a failed test case. Let's stop this part. And by the way, in a second, we will also create because now we created like a version of our application that allows us to, well, start the application. And in a second, we'll create a testing version of our application. But let's now run npm run test. This will run our tests, and here we can see a fail, right? So we were expecting false because we set to false, and it was true. So, okay, our test case has failed. Therefore, I change it to true, run the test once again, and now we expect that everything is okay. That's nice. So we have our main app setup and we have our DB setup. Now let's create some folders here. We'll definitely need a folder when our models will go, and we'll need a folder when our routes will go. I have an extension installed that's pretty cool, that basically detects based on the name of the folder like what will go into, and just creates a nice visual representation. I don't actually know how the extension is called, I must say. Maybe I will put this in the description of the video if you are interested. Okay, but we have tests for this. Now let's go into our models folder, and in our models folder, what we'll need to do is we'll need to create functions that allow us to interact with a database. However, before we do that, we need to establish what kind of data or what kind of models, essentially database tables, we'll be working with. I don't want to create a folder, I want to create a file. And now we definitely will create a table called book.sql. Now this book.sql table will have, and I will begin with a drop. So basically this can be executed multiple times. Drop table if exists book. This is basically if exists, it's a nice Postgres feature. I think most DBMSs have this now. But we want to create a table which is called book. And this table is going to have the following characteristics or following columns. It will have an ID column. That will be a character 36. We will be using a UUID package to generate the IDs. Therefore, I know that we'll be getting 36 long strings. And it is a primary key of our table. We'll have an author. An author will be a varchar 255. I think it should be sufficient, and varchar cannot be null. The price, which is an integer, hopefully that's enough for a book. And it's also not null. Every book must have a price. Then we have a description. That's a text. So like a long character field, but it's optional. We don't need to have a description. Now we are published. It's an integer and it's not null. Every book needs to have a year it's been published. And what I like to do is I like to just add a timestamp that has a default with now. Basically, it lets you see when a row has been added to this table. Okay, that's it. Let's make sure that we have the semicolons here. And after we do that, what we can do is we can go ahead here into the DDL once again and create a book test data.sql. In the book test data, we'll write a number of insert statements. However, before we do that, we need to install a UUID package because we need to generate the IDs for our testing books. So we say npm UUID, and hopefully this will give us this access to the UUID package. And basically now what we need to do is we can go in here, we can say node so that we are able to run the node code. And we say const, we want to have the v4 version, and we'll import this as UUID v4. Basically this comes from require UUID. Okay, and now we see that we have the UUID, and if I say UUID v4 and I call this, now we have a unique UUID or ID, and I can run this multiple times. You can see that it's different every time. Okay, now let's go back in here. What we want to do is we want to insert into book ID, author, price, description, and then year published, and we want to insert into it values, and let's have some values that we have right here. So this will be an ID of our book. I don't know, an author, let's say test author 1, let's say 101 as price, let's say, I don't know, dummy description, and let's say, I don't know, published in 1999. I will now copy it 2 more times. Let's make sure that the primary key is unique by copying a different value right here. And let's make sure that the primary key is unique also right here. Let's create the testing author, here 2, here 3, let's do 2, 2, 2, 3, 3. Here let's maybe not have a description because we made the description, they're slightly too much. We made the description voluntary, and here, I don't know, let's say 2007, and here let's say, I don't know, 2022, published this year. Okay, now we have this part ready to go. However, there is one slight issue with this. We need to have it executed inside our Docker container. So what we do, of course, to have the data and the table in the database. So what we already have, if you remember, we have set up this volume right here. So the DDL should already be on our container. So to verify this, let's say docker compose app -- build here in the let terminal. And here on the right hand side, what we'll do is we'll say docker container ls once this finishes on the left hand side. Okay, it has finished. So now I can retrieve basically a list of our containers. Let's make it a little bit bigger so that we can see better. What we are interested in is we are interested in this name because we want to go inside this container. You can do that very simple. You can say docker exec -it so that we are in an interactive mode, right? So we'll be able to use essentially the console. Then you paste the name and then you say bash to run bash inside it. I think I made a bookstore, like copy something here wrong. Docker exec -it paste, paste the name right here. Where's the AA coming from? Okay, I don't know. Bash. Okay. Okay, I have the CRUD here twice. Okay, now we are inside this container. We are in a home directory. Let's say ls. Now we can see all the folders that are right here. Let's go into the DDL folder and let's see ls. Okay, we have the 2 SQL files right here. That's good. I just wanted to confirm that. I will actually not be doing it like this. What we will be doing is here we'll be saying psql. So basically what you will now do, instead of executing a bash command, we'll be executing psql. And psql is something that comes with Postgres. It allows you to interact with the database from the command line. And what you say psql-u test, because test is the name of the user that we have created. So basically right here, we have test. Now -f, and now it says that you basically want to execute a file. So you say ddl/, and now you give the name of the file, so book.sql, right? And you execute this. What we can see that the table has been dropped and a table has been created. The table has been dropped because I already had here some, I was testing something, therefore I already had this created. And let's also say, let's also execute the second thing. So basically book test data. And we will at some point automatize the execution of these SQLs also for the testing purposes, so we can very quickly create the data and add the test data there. Okay, but for now that's good. We have a table created. Therefore, let's go into our routes folder. And in the routes folder, let's create a book.js file. Now this book.js file will consist or will contain, first off, it will contain our router. So what a router is in Express is essentially it groups together endpoints that refer to one thing. So in our case, there will be only one router. There will be a book router, and this book router will have the get, the post, the patch, and the delete methods or endpoints that all refer to a book. So now we'll require Express, and from this Express we'll use .router, and we'll call this. And now we can just say router.get, and here we can say slash. It will be our function, request response. For now, I will not do anything more. I will just now create, okay, this once again started restarting way too many times. I still don't know why. This will have two get methods actually. So basically one get method will be used to get all the books. Now the second get will have an ID here. So I'll just say book ID here. Oops. Okay, once again, it refreshed way too many times. Doesn't really bother us currently. Here, then we'll have a post. Then we'll have a patch for an update. And last but not least, we'll have a delete. And now this should export the router for us, right? So we want to export the router. And where the router will be imported is the app files here. So the main file that we have right here. Here, what we will do is right underneath, we'll say, I will import this book router, or I'll actually require it. Maybe that's a little bit better word to use in our case because of what we are using. And now what you need to do is somewhere right here underneath, you need to say app.use book or /book. Basically what this /book will do here is it will append all the routes. So it will make the endpoints that we define here in the book.js routes. It will append a book to them, right? So if we here have a get on just a slash, it will be a get on /book, right? So basically it will append book to the path right here. Let's go back to our here, and what we need to pass here is our book router. Okay, this is good. This should work for us currently. So we have our routes. Okay, not yet defined. This is much more work to finish. However, for now we have all the functions created. But what we need before that is we need our models. So basically we need to go on to our models folder. We need to create a book.js. And inside this book.js, we need to start writing our models, our functions. So basically, what we will definitely need is we'll need a client. And the client will require from the DB, right? So here we went folder up and then to the DB file. And this book.js file inside the models folder will now you have two options. You have the more object-oriented one or the more functional-oriented one. I'm going to go with the functional one, but you can go with the different one. Basically, you can create a class book that will keep all your book methods and book attributes. Or you can, and this is what I will do, just define functions, right? So we will define like get book, get books, delete, update book, and so on. That will basically describe what's happening, and we'll just be working with objects instead of classes and instances. Okay, so first off, let's define a function that will get us all the books. Now, what we need to get all the books is really not much, but what we definitely do need is we need a query, right? So I will define a query, const query, and basically what will be happening is we'll be selecting, and now what we will be selecting is we'll be selecting all the attributes of our book. And if you created a class, if you chose to create a class, probably you can do that simpler, but for me, because I don't want to repeat these in all the queries that we'll have, and we'll have many more queries, what I will do is I will say book attributes. And these book attributes, I will say maybe array, because I know that I will need an array later on. And here I will basically name all the attributes, right? So we have an ID, we have an author, we have a price, we have a description, we have year published, and we have added DTTM. Now what we can do is create now a select book attributes, and basically what we will do is we'll say book attributes dot join with a comma. So this will just join all the elements of this array with a comma. And let's now use this book attributes, select book attributes right here. So you basically say a $, not these ones, and you put it right here, and then you say from book, and that's fine. That's, to be honest, all you need. Now what we need to do now is we need to query the database. So because this will be an asynchronous part of code, let's have a try and catch block, and we want to have here the results. So we create a results variable, and we assign to it a result of our query. Oops, I can't spell today. And I just pass in our query. Okay. In a case that we catch an error, what we want to do is we want to just write this error to console, and then we want to return undefined from the function. We'll handle this in the front, so basically in the route of our application. And then we want to return results, results.rows, right? Because this returns as an object that has a rows key, and then we just want to select it and return it. Okay, in case it's empty, then it's empty. Okay, now what we want to have is we want to have a possibility to get only one book. Right, for this we'll create a function that is called getBook instead of getBooks, and here we need a book ID. So let's first start with a check. So if book ID equals undefined, we want to return undefined from the function. Basically something has gone wrong. We'll handle this in our route. And then what we want to have is we want to have a similar thing as we had here. We want to select the book attributes. However, currently what we want to have is where ID equals $1, right? So basically what will happen now is we'll pass this ID as a so-called bind variable. So this is a safe way of passing an input that you have received from the front end or from the client to your database. When it's not 100% safe, but it's what you should do. Okay, now the results will be client, wait, without the dot, client.query, and here we'll say query, and then inside an array we'll pass in the book ID. And what we can also check here is we can check basically if the type of book ID, if it's different than string, we also can return undefined, right? So actually we can now remove this, because if this would be undefined, the type of the string, so the type of it would also not be a string if this was undefined. So this covers both cases. Okay, and in case we catch an error, we want to do the same thing. We want to cancel that error so that we see what the error is, and then we want to return undefined. By the way, if you want to develop and grow your application, you probably should think about having a logging. We'll not implement a custom logging. I will not be using a custom logging package. You can do that if you want, but maybe I will at some point in the future in a different video add it here. So now, if we don't get anything, so basically if our results now, it has a row count attribute, right? So if the row count of the returned of the query is equal to 0, so it has returned nothing. So essentially we did not find a book with this ID. We want to return a null, right? So we know we did not find anything, and we can handle this properly on the front end. In other case, we want to create a book to return, basically. Let's create this as a constant. So book to return will be the rows, the first row of our results. So the results is, or the rows object key here is always an array. In our case, it can contain only one object, because this is the ID is a primary key. So there can be only one. And now we are taking the first object of it here. We are trimming the ID, because this is basically what we need, or what is useful later on, for example, for our testing, to just trim the ID, because the ID is actually a constant character. Or what we can do different, right, is you can just go in here, instead of saying character, we can say varchar, right? And this will actually make maybe our life slightly easier later on. Okay, so here basically now we can return just, we don't even need this book to return. We can do it right here, like this. So if we did not find anything, we return a null. If we get an error or something is wrong with our input, we return an undefined. If we have an incorrect, or if everything went right, we just return all the object, or we return an object that has the following select attributes that are right here. Okay, now this has been the easy part. Now for the slightly harder part. So what we need to do is we need to write an add book function. Now an add book function will not be so simple, because we need an ID, we need an author, we need a price, we need description, we need year published. By the way, if you are wondering, like, how does this work? This is essentially an array destructuring. So this function takes an object, and I'm currently extracting the following keys from this object, right? So to this function, you will need to pass an object that has the following keys. And now we arrive at a point in time where we need to validate these inputs, because we want our ID, author, price, and so on to have certain characteristics. Basically, we want our price to be positive, for example. We want an author to be a string, and so on. You have different options to do that. You can go with an existing package that allows you to do validations, but I'll write my own. I prefer to do that actually for like a smaller applications, and I think that's also good to learn basically what's happening under the hood of an existing package. Oops, sorry. And now what we will do is we will validate the inputs, right? You can also think about the validations. We could, for example, pass it to the database and let the database make the validations, right? The database check if an author is really a piece of string, although passing an input to a database that you have received from the client directly is a little bit risky. So first off, what we want to do is we want to check, let's start with an ID, right? So a type of ID needs to be a string. If type of ID is different than a string, or the length of an ID is smaller or equal than 0, basically if it's an empty string, we want to throw a new error, and that says that an ID must be a string and longer than 0. So basically we don't want to have empty string right here. Now, if we find an author here, basically what we want to do is, if our author, the type of the input, so basically if type of author is different than a string, or these are the two lines here, author.length is lower or equal to 0. I don't know how it could be lower, but whatever. But maybe let's say just equal. Also here, let's say equal, a new error. Now I could just write a message here, and I actually will, right? I will say author must be a string and longer than 0. However, what we also can do is we can write some custom errors for our application. So basically, what we will do is we'll go here inside our app folder and we'll create a new file that I'll call error.js. Now inside this error.js file, we'll create our custom error that we can then catch, and we can basically make some actions depending on it. And we'll be able to, here in the book models, we'll be able to return this error and this custom error instead of the standard one, and this will just make our error handling a little bit more precise, a little bit better. Inside the error file now, let's create our custom error. So what we need to do that, it's very simple. We just create a new class. Let's call it invalid, argument error. And this will extend an error class. And what it will do, it will have a constructor that takes a message. So basically a constructor is what gets called when you create a new instance. Inside here, we want to call this super. So basically we call a constructor of the error class, and then we want to set the name to basically this part, because if we didn't do that, then the name property, oops, this is not what I wanted to copy, because then the name property would just be an error, and this is not what we want. And then we should export this invalid argument error. Okay, this also means that basically we can write a test for it. So here I will just create a new file, error.js, and inside this error.js file, we'll once again create, so I will import this invalid argument error. I will require, once again, we go to our app and to error. And now what I will do, I will describe it. We'll create a describe. Describe with one E. Let's say testing custom error. Here we pass a callback. And let's say custom message. Let's say new error. This will be a new invalid argument error with a custom message. Custom message. Basically this should display you an error when it's thrown with the following message. Basically now let's test for it. So we create an IT custom error is instance of error, so that we know that it actually extends an error, right? And what we will expect is that the new error that has been created, new error instance of error to true. Okay, that's our first test case, and now let's test if our name is set correctly. So I can just copy this part here. I can change it to name is set. I can't spell correctly. And what we expect is, and Visual Studio Code has imported the expect function for us. Thank you. Basically, that the new error dot name is equal to an invalid argument error. And here, what we can say, or the third test case that we can create, is that the message is set correctly. So basically we expect new error.message to equal our custom message. Okay, here what I'll now do is I'll just try to fail one of these test cases just to see if they work, or maybe two of them. So here we can see an error that I will know that will be happening if you run this app. Basically my laptop is running out of memory, therefore we get these memory errors. But sometimes it happens, then you just need to restart it. Okay, now I will once again run, not the Docker compose, but I will run npm run test. And we should not see our tests. Here we see, okay, so here we have an error, but not related to our test cases, but we have an error in app.js, and that the router, because it's not router, it's routes. Okay, let's try to restart these. Once again, we have an error, but this time it is the error, I'll make this a little bit bigger, that we actually expect. We can see here that the actual value was this and the expected was this, and the same failed test case here. Therefore, I'll go here, correct the test cases. So we want it to be true, and we want this part to display this message. And now we have all the passing test cases. Okay, let's go back to our models. So now we will working on the validation. So now we can import here, maybe if I just start invalid argument error, Visual Studio Code imported it for us. This is good. But basically what we want to do now is we don't really want to repeat this part so many times, because now I would need to repeat it for all the attributes here, and I don't want to do that. And we will need to repeat it later on when we will work on the updates, right? So we'll want to have the same validation rules, basically. So what I will make is I will create a function that will be called validate. It will take an expression and error message, because this is the only thing that's different, right? So this part is different, and then this part is different. So what the function will do, if basically would say if expression. So if this expression returns true, we want to throw new invalid argument error with an error message. Now the only place where we'll not use it is actually the ID, because with the ID we'll want to have a slightly different error handling. And now, so that we can use this function with all the attributes right here, and so that we can use this function also later on with our update of our data or of our books, I will just create a function that will be called make validation. So basically function make validation. This function will take an attribute and a value. And what we'll do is based on the attribute, so I'll say switch attribute, case, if it's author, here I should have a colon, not here, we want a colon here. Case, if it's author, right? We want to validate, and we basically want to copy the part that we have right here, right? So our expression will be this, and our error message will be what we have right here. Okay, and then we want to break. We don't want to continue with the switch. Okay, then case price, right? What we want to have is we want our price first off to be a number, so type of, and now we can't say just author, because this can take many different values. Therefore, I will not say author, I will just say value, right? So we'll be passing a value. If it's like, if an attribute is author, then this will be an author value. If it's a price, then it will be a price value. So basically a type of value, if an attribute is a price, if it's different than a number, so we want it to be number, or the value is lower than 0. And then our error message will be price must be a number and must be larger than 0. Basically larger or equal, right? Or let's actually allow for a price of 0. Larger, so I'd say larger or equal. Let's actually allow for a price of 0. Maybe it's useful for us. Once again, we want to break right here and break. And let's say case description. What we want to do is we want to validate. And in the validation, we want to check if the value is, here we'll check this a little bit different because as you remember, description is voluntary. So we do not need to have a book description. So we'll check if basically it's different than undefined. So if it exists and the type of value, so a description, is different than string. So basically if somebody has provided a number as a description. So then we will say a description, a difficult word, must be a string if exists. Okay, once again we break. And we go to a next case. Next case is your published. And we want to validate now that a type of, oops, not in quotes, type of value is different than a number. So basically if it's true, or the value is lower than 0, we don't want to have negative, here I can't have a comma. We don't want to have negative years published. Here you can set it, I don't know, lower than 1000 or whatever. Yeah, I'll just say year must be larger than 0. And here I will break. And then I will also create a default case. So in case this fails, so in case somebody passes here an incorrect attribute, I will just console.error unknown attribute value. Okay, that's it. So now what we can do is instead of having this lengthy checkings, we can remove it from here. And I can just say make validation, author, and here an author, right? So here we will pass in an author, make sure that I spelled that correct. And this will get passed in here. This will, the validate function basically will validate that an author has to be a string and it has to have a value or a length that is, or it cannot have a length of 0. Okay. Now, let's also make these validations for price, description, and year published. So here we'll say price. Here I will say year published. And here I will say description. Okay, that's it. We have our inputs validated. It's fantastic. So now let's add a book. Let's create a response here and initiate a response. So basically our response will be equal to await client.query. And inside this client.query, what I'll do is we'll insert into book. And now what we need to do is we need to create a list of columns right here. And the list of columns is that tricky that we cannot have on it an added DTM because this is generated by the database. But basically this is nothing simpler to do. We say insert book attributes is equal to book attributes array dot slice. So we begin at 0 and we take everything until the last one. So we don't take the last one, and we say join like this. Okay, then we have our insert book attributes we can use right here. Right, so this array will be joined with comma, every element except the last one. Okay, so here we are. Let's continue here. Insert into book, and then we say values, and we'll pass in as bind variables $1, $2, $3, $4, $5. Here $4. Okay, and now what we need to do is we actually need to pass the bind variables. So here as an array, so ID, author, price, description, year, published. And this is basically a slight advantage of creating a class. You could be able to manage this a little bit nicer, right? Because currently the order here is important. So the order right here must be the same as the order right here on the top, right? This may be a little bit inconvenient. For you, it's something you have to watch out for. But this is why you write tests. We'll write some in a second. So if something goes wrong, we want to console error this error first off, and then we want to return undefined. Once again, we'll handle this undefined on the front end, or not on the front end, but in the route itself. If everything goes right, we want to return a response. Okay, now we want to create a function that will allow us to update a book, right? So we already have a function that allows us to create a book. Now we want a function that will allow us to update a book. So let's call it update book. It will take an ID and new attributes. So the way I want to set this up is I want to have a route where you can pass only the one attribute, so an ID, and only the one attribute that you want to change. And this will basically apply the changes only to this one attribute. And now I see that I spelled this wrong. New attributes. And you can pass also multiple, right? This does not have to be only one. Okay, once again, we start with some validations. Now ID will validate exactly the same way as we do here. And we'll also validate. So here we'll directly use the validate function. We'll validate if type of new attributes. Basically, this must be an object, right? So if it's different than object, what I want to do is I want to throw this error saying new attributes must be provided as an object. Okay, now next thing you want to do is actually a little bit difficult, because what we want to have is here people can provide anything they want, not only the attributes of our book, right? And we want to make sure that out of the object that is provided here, or that will be provided in the routes at some point, we select only what's actually valid for us, right? So what we want to say is, and this is kind of, I don't know, maybe tricky, but what we want to do is we want to say valid attributes is equal to object.keys of new attributes. And then we want to filter. So out of this new attributes, we want to select only the ones where the element is basically included in the book attributes arrays, right? So here we have the book attributes array. So out of this, we want to select only the ones where the key is included in this book attributes array, right? So out of these new attributes, we are selecting only the ones where the key, right? Object.keys, this object.keys and the new attributes returns us basically an array of, returns us an array of keys of this object. So we want to select only the ones where an element is in our book attributes array. So where it's a correct name, right? So if somebody passes, I don't know, price to attribute, it will not be selected here. And then we want to validate that a valid attributes length is equal to 0. So basically, if it's equal to 0, what we want to do is we want to return an error with a message at least one valid attribute to update must be provided. Because if it's 0, then it means that no valid attribute was provided to us. Okay, and now we need to make a query. So basically, the query here will be a little bit more complex because we need to make it different depending on what is provided, right? So for example, if somebody provides only one attribute, we need to make it like update book set and then like one attribute equals the new value of the attribute and then where ID equals something, of course, the ID provided here. But the problem is that if we, for example, have two attributes to update and we want to support that, we need to place a comma, right? And this makes it a little bit more difficult. However, also nothing that we can't handle. This is, for example, where something like a no SQL database has a slight advantage. This would be super easy to do there, not so easy to do right here. However, I think we'll manage. So let's create a query. And our query will always begin the same, update book, set. What we want to set is, we need to build up a list of bind variables. So the bind variables on the first, so this is the variables we will pass in as the $signs to the query. So as on the first place, it will always have the ID. And then on the valid attributes we have selected right here, let's make a for each. So for each valid attribute, we want to execute a function that takes the attribute. It takes the current iteration or the current number of an element, and we want to have the keys, right? So here the keys, the third argument that this function takes is basically this valid attributes array. So here what we want to do is we want to, in this function, first off, we want to make validation the same way we have actually done above. And this is why we have created the function, because we also here want to validate an author, validate the price, validate your published, validate description, if provided. This is why we are passing the attribute, but we are also, as value, we are passing the new attributes. So basically new attributes, the object that is provided as an argument to us. And from this, we are selecting an attribute. And so this will be validating, right? So here we'll have the attribute name, because this valid attributes is an array of keys. And here in the new attributes, we'll have the value. So we make validation. If everything is right, to our query, what we append is, we append a space, and then we want to append the attribute. So the name of the attribute here is very important. And then we want to set it equal to a $sign and the next $sign, because here we'll resolve it to a value. And what we want to do is we want to set it to an I plus 2, because first the bind variables start from 1, so they don't start from 0. This is plus 1, and plus 2 because the first bind variable will always be an ID, right? So here we want to have $1 will be the ID, and here the first one should have $2, right? This is why plus 2. So here I'll do plus 2. Okay, and then we want to push this value to our bind variables array, right? So here we say new attributes, attribute. Okay, and then if this is the last one, so if it's not the last one, so basically if I is smaller than keys.length -1, because it starts from 0, basically append, so let's set query equal to query plus and then a comma, right? Because if you have multiple values to set, you need to say set column name equals to a value, comma, column name equals to a different value, right? This is why we need to have this thing right here. If it's not, so basically if I is not smaller, so if it's equal, this will not be executed. Now, we are done with this. And now the only thing we need to do is we need to append a very important thing. We need to append a where clause. So basically if query plus, and here we want to say where ID equals $1. $1 because here ID is always on the first place in the bind variables. And now very simple, I will just, to be honest, go up here, I will copy this part. Then maybe I will try to modify this a little bit because we'll have it a little bit different in the end of the day. So here we'll not have this part, we'll have our query, and we'll not have this part. We'll have our bind variables, and here I spelled query not correct. If we catch an error, we want to console this error, this error, so display just this error to the console. Otherwise, we want to return a response. Okay, so we currently made, I think, a good progress. We have a Getbooks function, Getbook function to get one book, a function to create a book, and a function to update a book. So let's create one last function, and this will be a function to delete a book. So what we want to have here is we want to have a book ID. Once again, if book ID is different, or if type of book ID, so this is exactly the same validation that we have made right here. Let's copy paste it. If this is a character, then we will have a try. Inside this try, we'll set the response equal to await because client.query returns a promise. What we'll have here is we'll delete from book where ID equals $1. And now this will take an array that will have only one element, and this will be the provided book ID. Now, for the catch, what we'll do is we will just do the same thing that we did everywhere. We'll display this error to the console, and then we'll return undefined. If everything goes right, we'll return the response. One last thing we need to do is we need to set this module exports to, and now getbook, getbooks, add book, update book, and delete book. I like to use the hints because then you don't make typos. Okay, so now we have created this, but we have added quite a bit of logic currently. Therefore, what we should do probably now is we should work on our testing setup. Therefore, let's create a new folder here. Let's call it models. Inside the models folder, let's create a new file. Let's call it book.js. So I'm trying to have the same setup that I have here, that I have up here. But before we do that, right now we will be writing tests that will test if these functions work correct. And these functions work with our database. And we will certainly need to insert some test data, delete some test data, and we don't want to really do that inside the same database that our main application is using, because you can mess some things up. So I'm not even suggesting that you do this on the production version. This you should not do, but we are currently not even talking about the production version. We are just talking about our development version. And here you also want to have different databases. That's just convenient, right? If the tests break something, then you don't see it in your application and they don't mess up your development. Therefore, we'll set up a separate testing database, and Docker allows us to do it very simple. So basically, we'll not be running npm run test anymore. We'll have our separate Docker compose that will allow us to run the tests. So before we start writing the tests for our book models, what we should do is, I believe, we should create a separate versions of our Docker compose and our Docker file. First off, what we want to do is we want to create perhaps a Docker file for our test. So basically we'll call it docker file.test. Inside this Docker file test, it'll be exactly, or not exactly, but very similar to our normal Docker file with one change that we'll have here npm run test. So now it will not run the dev script that we have here, but it will run the test script. So once the container starts, this will be the script that will be run. So this is the script that we run when we want to test, right? So when I want to test, I just say npm run test, and it executes all the tests, and we want to do it when the container starts. So we have this dockerfile.test. Oh, what happened here? npm run tests. I broke something. Okay, now what we want to have is we want to have a docker compose.test.yml. And this once again will be very similar to our normal Docker file. However, we'll have a few differences. So first off, it is not going to have a volume. So this volume right here, what it did is here, if you noticed, here we now have this database folder that we have not created, and all the subfolders and the files right here. This is where your database is stored. So when the database container starts, it created automatically this database folder because this is what we have right here, right? So here we have created a volume that we have. This is the path on our local file system, and this is the path inside the container. And because we did not have this folder, it automatically got created, and now we have it. So here are all the database files necessary, all the data that are necessary or that were created when we started up the containers. But now what we want to have for the test suite, we actually don't want to have this volume. So we don't want to reuse the data that we have here every time. We just want to have a fresh sort of database. Okay, this is this part. Now what we should do is we should take a look at our app. So we want to build our app slightly different. So first off, in the build section, what we need to pass is, because by default, it uses this context, so this path, and the path is just a dot, so it searches in this folder, but it by default searches for a file named just Dockerfile. And currently we want to use dockerfile.test. So what we need to do is we need to say Dockerfile, and here we need to say dockerfile.test. Okay, this is it. Now we also currently are setting up a volume. So let's say that we are copying files just from our app folder, and we need some more things. So we need, among other, we need our test, right? Because we need to also copy our test scripts that we have currently in the test folder. And what we will also need is we will need to set up our test so that in the database, they always execute our DDLs, right? So that with each test iteration, we have a fresh database, fresh tables, fresh test data inside them. So let's also set up a volume for our DDLs, right? So this is it. Now the ports, we actually don't need to map the ports because we will not be accessing the API. So this will be just used for our automatized testing. Still, we want to have a Postgres dependency, and for now, that's it. So now what we will be doing is, instead of just saying docker compose app and then something else, we will be using this docker compose.test file. And you do it in a very simple way. You just say docker compose-f, and now the name of the file. So docker compose.test.yml app --build. And now you run it, and let's see what happens. So it's building an application. I think it's creating a, I will make this a little bit bigger so that you can see. So here basically what has happened is it has created a database, right? And database system is ready to accept connections. And then you can see here that it has executed our test script and the test output that we already know. That is also created for us just by passing npm run test. Okay, let's currently, maybe, just so that we can see that it works, let's go to one of the test cases. For example, here, let's change something from true to false, right? So that the test case fails. Let's try to stop it right here. And then once we restart it, I don't think we need -- build. So you need -- build if you have changed something to the image that would be created, because the -- build always creates a new image, right? So if you wanted to, for example, set up a new volume, I think you would need that. So let's now just set it up. Let's see what happens. So it's starting. And here you can see that we have an assertion error that we here in this custom error is instance of error. We expected a false and it was true. This means basically that our test cases work and that the newest version of this file was transferred to the container and then run inside it. Okay, so now we have our testing setup that is safe for us because it uses a different database than our dev version of the application would use. Okay, therefore, now we can go into our test book or to the models testing of our book. And currently we can begin right here. First off, let's begin by importing our client. So our client will import from, we'll go up and here one more up, right? Because we need to go to our main app folder, and in our main app folder, we want to go to the DB because this module exports the client. And we can see that here that it is an instance of client. Okay, then we want to import all our functions. So basically we want to import the following: get book, get books, add book, update book, delete book, and I think that's it. I think that's, and we could actually just went here and copy this part. I will just make it so that I don't. Okay, and we will require it from, once again, two folders up, and then inside our app folder, inside the models folder, and inside our book module. Okay, now if you mouse over it once again, you can see here that it has been properly imported. By the way, the type hints I'm getting here, right? So that the book ID is of any type, and that it returns a promise is because I have TypeScript installed. So even if you don't use TypeScript, it still gives you some hints, and I think TypeScript videos are to come in a short future to the channel. Okay, but let's create this our first test section. So let's just say testing models book, and as always, comma, and then a callback function. And here what I like to do is we'll be adding test data, and before we begin, for all the modules, I like to define a cleanup function, right? So we also have a delete book function that would serve the same purpose, but a delete book we will actually test, and the cleanup, I just prefer it to have something else that is not the function that we currently want to test, right? Because then if this function doesn't work, then all of a sudden all the other test cases break and we have a mess. I just prefer to have a different function that will delete from book where ID is $1, and here we are passing the ID, ID, and the function should take an ID as an argument, and this is done. Now all the functions that I define here in the scope of this or in this function that we have right here will have access to this function, to the cleanup function. Okay, let's start by testing the add book. Book. Let's pass a callback here. And so first off, let's describe once again. First off, I will start by adding correct book. So the way you structure your test cases is pretty much up to you, I think. So how you structure the describe sections and so on is basically up to you. This you don't need to do the same way. It's just important that you really cover all the functions here. So adding correct book. So what we need is we need a correct test book. So I would say testing book equals, and this will be an object with an ID of, I don't know. I can't write today. Testing book 1, and then it will have an author of testing author. Doesn't really matter. Nothing here really matters. Price. No, it's just important that you give the correct inputs, right? So you don't give a price that is somehow negative. And let's just say testing description. And here let's say year published. I don't know, want something. Okay, we have our testing book. Now we have our testing book. We need two more things. We need to have a before hook. So basically the before hook will run in all the test cases that we have in this section. So once this section begins, the before hook will be triggered. And I need it to be an asynchronous hook. And once again, as most of the things here, it takes a callback, and inside this callback we'll await our cleanup. So before we begin testing something, I want to clean up in case we had any failed test cases last time, in case something went wrong. I just want to clean up, right? So I want to delete this testing book.id, but also to ensure that we don't get a positive result just by accident. And then I also want to actually execute our test case, right? So here I want to go ahead, and after I do the cleanup, I want to await add book testing book, right? So here I want to execute the function that we will be testing. Okay, and what I like to do is right away here, I want to define an after hook. Basically will be very similar to this one, except that it will not have the add book, and it will be not before, but after. So this is executed before all the test cases only once. This is executed after the test cases only once. And what is nice about here is that basically it will wait, because it will return a promise, it will wait for the promise to be resolved automatically, right? So you can have an asynchronous callback function here. Okay, here, what do we want to do now is we want to get to the actual test case. So it or it, and we say that selected book is equal to testing book, right? Because we have already added our book right here. And let's now, or let's maybe, because I don't like, let's put this call right here, right? So then we know that this is executed actually in a test case. But then this needs to be asynchronous. Okay. Now let's have a response. So now and once again, I will not be using now this getBook function in order to test this. So to test add book function, I don't think it makes sense, because then if you have some problems here in the getBook, this will mess up your test case here, right? So here I want to be independent, and I want to write my own query to the database that will basically select me an ID, author, price, description, year published, from book, where ID equals $1, right? And my bind variable will be testing book.id. Okay, and I will now expect. So basically here we have selected the book that should have been added right here. And what I will do now is I will expect, first off, I will expect, and I hope that Visual Studio Code has imported expect for us. That's great. I will now expect this response.rows.length to be equal, so to equal. So basically the number of rows returned should be equal to 1. And then our book is in the response object in the rows, and that's the first row, because there is the only one row. And we want to expect the book. And now if you want to compare two objects, you say to deep equal, and it should be equal to the testing book, right? So the book that we have added right here, and then we selected right here, should be exactly the same. Okay, let's try to run it now. So I will go ahead here, and I will say, as we said here, right, Docker compose, or actually, maybe not here. Let's use this site for it, because here we already have the script. Okay, so it's starting our API, and now we have an error that is saying that a relation book does not exist. And this is because actually we did not really create this book relation, right? So we get an error because we do not have in our database, in our testing database, we do not have this book table. Therefore, we need to create it. So inside our test folder, let's create a new file. Let's call it maybe setup setup db.js. And inside this setup db.js folder, what we will want to do is we will want to execute all the SQL scripts that we have right here. This is simple to do. So basically, first off, let's require an fs module that will allow us to read text files. Then let's import here our client. So we need to require it from app/db. This you already know. And now we define a global before hook, right? So this is with Mocha, you can have this global before hook. And once it finds this, it will execute it before anything else, right? I mean global because it's not in a function, right? So it's not in a describe block. So now inside this hook, what we want to do is we want to have an asynchronous function that will first off read for us the files. So it will just say fs read file sync. And here what we will read is we'll go to the ddl folder, to the book, ddl/book.sql. And we want to make it to string. So basically it will read our book file and it will put it to a string, right? So what we want to also have here is we want to have our book test data. So we want to have book test data. Okay, we have it. Now what we want to do is we want to have this combined. So I'll just create a one string of it. So I'll say book plus book test data. So it will combine it in one string. And now what I'll have is we'll change it to an array. So we'll have an array. And this is very simple. You just say string SQL.split. And because we have properly ended our SQL files or our SQL commands with a semicolon, if you take a look here, right? So here we have a semicolon, here we have a semicolon. And after every insert statement, we have a semicolon. Basically, what we are able to do is we are able to change this combined string into an array by splitting on a semicolon, right? And we did it so that we can say array SQL for each, and now we pass in an asynchronous function that takes the SQL as a argument, and what it does is it will just await until our client executes this. And that's basically it. We need to actually await so that it is executed in order, because here, right, we need the drop to be executed before the create table statement. And that's actually it. So now if I change this, right, if I exit out of this and I run our tests once again, basically, okay, now we have an error that a directory doesn't really exist. Let's check this part out. And I think the reason why we are getting this error is pretty simple. I just went over our Docker Compose test file and saw that here I'm missing a semicolon. So just the volume has not been created. Sorry, a colon, of course, not a semicolon. And this is just a simple typo that, well, made our test case not work because the files were not properly transferred to the container. Because you have to remember that I'm saying, so here this might look a little bit wrong to you because I'm just going one folder up and then inside, so like here, and then inside the DDL folder. But this is not really a path of this file system. This is really a path of the file system of the container. So the container, in the container, I just need to go one folder up and then into the DDL folder. And this works there. Okay. Now, I will redo our tests. So passing just with --build so that this image gets created once again. And now we have a different kind of an error. That's good. Expression is not defined. Okay, let's go to our app models book because this is an error actually in our script in line 48. Expression, okay, because I made a typo here. That's not very nice. Let's run it once again. And this is why you have tests, right? To basically see things like this. And now we can see 6 test cases are passing. What I now really like to do is I like to make the test case fail. So let's go right here. Let's go into the book. Let's say here's something, I don't know, let's say that it should be equal to 1, 2, 3. I like to have the test case fail just so that I know that it works. Sometimes with Mocha and with these asynchronous test cases, sometimes it's easy to make it incorrect. But okay, this is now working because the test case has failed. So I can go back to the previous version right here. And let's continue. So here we have defined a test case for an ad book, and this is just one test case. Now we need slightly more, and by slightly I mean a lot more. So here, let's see where we have our adding correct book. I like to just bring it right here. And now let's test adding book with no ID. This should not work, right? So we'll be checking for errors basically. And let's once again define a testing book. So let's copy the one that we have right here. This will be our new testing book. Let's hide this part. And this will have no ID. So basically I just deleted an ID, and I will also grab this before and after hooks so that we make a nice cleanup. And then I will have here a correct error message. So basically, if you remember here in the book.models, if we make a validation, right here in this part, if ID is missing, so basically if it's not type string, we should get this error. So basically we will not be testing for an error because we are just throwing like a generic error class right here, but we'll be testing for the message. So I'll copy the message. I will go back here. And now right here, we will have an asynchronous callback where we will try to do await at book and now testing book. And we will in the catch block, so catch error, what we will try to do is we'll expect that the error.message is the following. And now we need to do one more thing, because now I will show you basically something. So if this was a correct test case, right? ID, I don't know, testing ID. If this was a correct test case, right? I will now stop this, run the test cases once again. What you will see is that the test case will succeed. We have 7 passing test cases. So basically it looks like we got an error and everything was fine. But the problem is that we did not get an error. So basically, if I now copy this out here, comment this part out, and run this once again, what you will see is that we will still get a correct test case, right? So currently we don't have any assertion, but what you can see here is that we have no errors, right? No error has been thrown. So it looks like the book has been correctly added, and it should have been added, right? Because it has all the correct attributes, and we have already tested that the book like this will be added in the previous test case. Therefore, you need a little bit more care once are you testing for errors, because what you need is also you need to check if an error occurs, right? So here I will create an error variable. I will set it to 1 only here. So because if there is no error here, this code block is not executed, right? So what we need to do to make sure that it has been executed is we now need to expect our error to equal 1, right? Because this is the value that we've set it to here. So now if I execute this, and you have to remember that I still have the ID here, we should have a failed test case. And we have, right? We have expected 1 and it's been equal to 0. Okay, so now if I delete this part, stop this, run it once again, we have a passing test case. That's good. That's very good. We can move on. Okay. So right now I would like to also test for the validations of all the other parameters, right? So now we have tested the ID, and the ID is a little bit special. But right now I would like to make, I would like to test for all the other parameters. So we'll be adding a value, or a testing book without each of the parameter, and then we will be testing for some results, because we will be basically doing several test cases over and over again. What I will do is I will just create a function that will be called, let's say, I don't know, make negative add book test case. It's negative because we are expecting it to fail. This will take, I don't know, a testing book, and then it will take a test case title, and it will take an IT title. And what it will do is the following. So it will create a describe block that will have a test case title, and then it will have a function here, and inside this function we'll begin with a cleanup. Begin with a cleanup and end with a cleanup if something goes wrong, and then we'll have a test case that will have an IT title, and inside this IT title, or inside this IT function, we'll have an asynchronous callback, and here we'll be testing for error, right? So we do the same thing. We create an error variable, we set it to 0, and then we have a try catch block where we try to add a book. And this is our testing book, and we catch an error, and inside this we set the error to 1, and we expect that the error is instance of, and now we need our custom error, right? Because here you remember that we are throwing the, where is it? We are throwing this invalid argument error, right? So here what we need to do is we need to expect that it is an instance of our invalid argument error. I saw the lines move down. This means that Visual Studio Code is doing a good job of importing things for us. It's actually one of my favorite functions, so that I don't need to write these paths right here. But sometimes you have to be sometimes you have to watch out, because different modules can have like functions and classes which are named the same, and then you need to check it. Okay, expect error to equal 1, right? Because we want to expect that, we want to assert that our error has really happened. Okay, so now, once we go right here, right? So now we have this function right here, and this means that we can use our function. So let's use it. So let's say make negative add book test case. And inside of this, what we need to pass is we need to pass a testing book. Let's copy this one that we have right here, or maybe this one that we have right here, because this is a correct one. Let's bring this back. Let's bring this. Okay. Now here we have a testing book, and now let's start to delete some things out of it, right? So let's delete an author, for example, right? And so our test case will be checking basically if here we have a test case title, adding book with no author. I think here I messed something up. Yeah, because here we should have one more object, because here we need this testing book to be an object, right? And all the arguments to also be passed inside an object. Therefore here we need to begin an object that has a testing book key, and this is right here, and this is right here, and this object ends right here in this line. Okay, now it should be fine. And we also want to have an IT title, so like a test case title, to see what we are checking. We want to get a correct error type. And here all the test cases will need to throw basically the same error, right? So the invalid argument error. Okay, that's it. So this should work. Let's currently try to run it. I will stop this one and I will run this one. So you can see that here we have an error that test argument title should be a string to received type undefined. Why is that? IT title, because I have made a typo as always, and I have spelled this in German, I believe. Okay, let's try to run it once again. And now we can see that our 8 test cases are passing. Okay, let's move on. We'll actually want to make a number of these test cases. So we'll make the other one where we'll bring the author back. So here we are bringing the author back, but we are removing, or let's maybe not remove, let's set the price to like a negative value. And then let's make another one. And okay, here we need to update also this, of course. So adding book with negative price. And let's also have here, and this actually stays the same. Okay, so let's make another one. Here, let's set then the price to correct value. And now let's remove, I don't know, year published. So adding book without year published. And we are expecting a correct error type also. And let's also, I don't know, let's make a test case where we actually set the author to, I don't know, to undefined. Let's see what happens there then. Right, and we'll, let's see here, adding book with undefined author. Right, and we are expecting a correct error. Okay, let's stop this part. By the way, I'm stopping this by hitting Ctrl+C. And now we can see 11 passing test cases. What I will do, I will just once again go right here where we make our function. I will just change our expectation so that, I don't know, we expect the error to equal, I don't know, 2, just so that we can see these test cases actually fail. Right, and now we can see that many test cases failed. Okay, this means that it works. I will once again stop this, runs it once again so that we can see it succeed. And we see it succeed very well. Okay, now, so we have this section finished. So I think we have currently, of course, you can add a few more test cases. I don't know, you could delete a price, you could delete an author. I think we have adding book with no author, this part we have done. So you can, of course, make some more test cases, but I think it's sufficient. I will now bring this section back. I will bring this section. I will do it so that we don't need to look through 120 lines of code already. And now let's create another section here, right? So I will create a section where we will be testing our Getbook function. Because for now, we have only tested the add book. You can see it even here. We only have used this one function out of the 5 that we have to test. So right here, we will be passing a callback function as always. Or as usual, we will have our testing book. Let's copy it from right here. You could think about if you don't want to define it here. I mean, you could. Then you would not need to copy it 17,000 times. Okay, what we want to have is, we want to definitely have a before hook. That will be an asynchronous, and where we'll await our cleanup of testingbook.id. Okay, for now, that should be sufficient. So now let's see, let's describe. We want to test getting correct book. Okay, let's also pass a function as always here. And basically we'll have a test case that a returned book is equal to testing book. Okay, let's currently inside here make it asynchronous. Oops. And what we do is we first need to create this, therefore we need to await add book. And I'm using currently this add book function. First off, because it's slightly harder to write an insert than a delete, but also because we have already tested it, right? So we have already tested it right here. We know that it works, so therefore I will just use it right here. And now, oops, we need to pass in a book ID. So let's pass a book ID. Oh no, this will be, I'm already thinking about the next usage. So this will be getting, right? So hey, let's say const book equals await, and we need to get book. This is how we use our getbook function. But before we do that, of course, we need to add this book, right? And we add this book just by saying add book, await, add book, testing book. We are not checking the result of this function. We are checking this part. Okay, we will expect book to, oops, we'll expect book to deep equal our testing book. Let's run this. And actually, I expect this test case to fail, and you'll see why in a second. Okay, it has failed. What you can see here is that the actual returned object, so the actual returned book, also contains added DTTM, which our testing book does not really contain. And this is because it's generated by the database. So what we need to do, we need to do a slight small change. We could, of course, go to the get book, and we could, I don't know, either define a parameter which says if you want to get this added DTTM or not, or we can do what we just will do. From the testing book, we will delete this attribute, right? So from the book that we are getting from the function, we are deleting this part. And this is passing now, which is good. Okay, let's move on. Now what we want to do is we want to test getting book that does not exist. Right, so then if you remember here, our get book should return as book should return as a null, right? So we are testing this part right now. So here, callback, and basically our test case is that a null is returned because there we are returning a null, and our test case takes an asynchronous callback where our book, we await get book with a book ID of testing book that does not exist. And we expect the book to equal null. Okay, now I will do one more thing. I will add a cleanup right here that deletes a book if this, just to ensure that this book does not really exist. Right here. And now we are ready. So basically here I need to do one more thing because we are adding this book right here. Let's also define an after hook. After hook that will clean up this part, right? So because this here in this test case we are adding a book, so let's clean it up afterwards. Okay, this should be fine for our get book function. This is relatively simple to test. Let's run this test once again to see if this here, the null, is really returned. Okay, that's fine. So we are done with testing the get book. So I can minimize this part and I can move on. So what we'll do now is we will be testing update book. All right, so here we have get book or add book tested, get book tested, and update book right now in tests. Okay, here what we want to do is, once again, we want to define a testing book for us. So once again, you can copy and keep it right here so that you don't have to copy it. So once again, we want to have a before and after hooks. I will once again copy them from here. Right, but now we don't need this part. And what we want to have actually, we want to have a test case. First, let's create a describe section maybe. So we'll be testing updating book oops, let's spell it correct, updating book correctly. And basically what we want to have is, let's define a new price, right? We want to change the price of a book, whatever, that's our new price. So first off, let's test for a correct response. So if we update a book, let's take a look at what should happen. Let's go here. What I actually like to do, right, is, I don't know if we'll have this part sufficient, but I like to have the testing part right here, right? So here I maybe move this slightly to the left hand side. We don't need this. I'll move this a little bit down. And now on one screen, we can see what we are testing and our test. I think this is helping. So let's get to the update book. If everything goes right, it should just return us the response from this part, right? And I know that in this response, let's generate it then. Let's do a const response, await client, sorry, not client, but await update book. Now this update book, what it takes as an argument, right, is an ID. And the ID will be testing book.id. So the book that we have defined right here. And then what it also takes is it takes new attributes, right? So you can see here, right? ID and new attributes. So basically new attributes will be, and this is an object, right? So here we are even checking if this is an object. What we have in the new attributes is we have a book attribute and then the value that it should take. So I will just pass in here the new price. And what we are currently, where are we? What we should be expecting now is that the response.row count to equal 1, right? Because we are expecting it to update the one book. Right, so we are expecting it to update one book. Therefore, the row count on this response object should be equal to 1. Okay, now, so we are checking for the correct response. Now let's check if a book in the DB has an updated price. Okay, so once again, this will be a synchronous part. And the asynchronous part will have here a book. And now, once again, I will just use our Getbook function that takes a book ID, and the book ID will be testing book.id. And here we will expect that, oops, I messed something up here. I will expect that our book that we have returned from the database to deep equal the testing book, however, with a slightly changed price. So let's maybe from the book, let's extract only price. This will be also simpler. And then we don't need the deep part, and we just say that the new price, right? Because the book that we retrieved here should have a price equal to the new price, right? So let's stop this. Let's run this once again. Let's check if here everything goes right. Okay, we can see a failed test case. Sometimes it's also good that we see some fails. Okay, so here no book has been updated. Okay, because we have not added this book to the database, right? So here we are trying to update the book, and because we have this before hook, and probably also in the previous test case this gets deleted. Therefore, let's add to the before hook, add book, and let's say testing book. Oops, we haven't set up our test data properly. Let's stop this. Let's run it once again. Let's see what happens. And now we have all the test cases passing. Okay, that's good. So this part we have finished. So here we are right there. Okay, let's now create another section. Let's test, I don't know, testing update with empty attributes. So basically now our goal is to break our functions, right? So we want to do something that our functions don't work, that they don't behave as expected. So let's here first off, we should get an error, right? So if this object is, we pass empty attributes, or maybe, yeah. So if we pass empty attributes, what we will have, right, is basically we should be somewhere right here, right? That at least one valid attribute to update must be provided. Okay, let's try to do it currently. So here we need to pass in an asynchronous part of code. And here what we do is we let the error, because we'll be checking for an error. Well, let's initialize it to 0. Okay, and then we have a try catch block where we await update book. And now inside this part, we have an ID of a testing book.id. And we have new attributes that are just an empty object. And what we are expecting is that, first off, let's set the error to 1, because the error has occurred, so we are expecting it to occur. And then we are expecting that the error is an instance of our custom invalid argument error, right? Because we are throwing it using the validate function, and the validate function throws us an invalid argument error. You could also test for the messages. Yeah, but I don't really like testing for messages, because then if you change the error message in your code, you have to remember to adjust it in the tests, and you want to write the tests to be implementation agnostic as much as possible, right? So that you don't need to every time adjust a test case when you change something in your code. We also want to expect, or we expect that an error variable is equal to 1, so basically that the error has occurred. Okay, this is it. Let's create the next section. We also have this mechanism that basically checks for us that we are updating something with a parameter that does not exist. So we have, or we should have, this mechanism. What it should do is, if we pass in an attribute that does not really exist, it should have no effect on our database state, right? So it should not update anything. So let's call this test case, I don't know, update with a parameter that does not exist. And here, let's pass in a callback. And in this callback, let's first check for the correct error message. This we have already done many times. It seems to be asynchronous. And here, basically I think I can even copy paste this part right here with the adjustment right here. So here I will pass, I don't know, weird attribute, and I will set it to 1, 2, 3, 4. And we should get an error right now, and we should be right here, right? So because I'm not passing any valid attributes right here, this should fail. Okay, and we are expecting an error to equal 1. Okay, and then I would like to also test if the book remains unchanged. But if you remember here in this section, we have updated, or here in this section, we have updated the price of the book, right? So let's actually delete it and add it back again. So here we will, in this part, we will delete the book and we'll add the book once again afterwards, and afterwards we'll also delete this. So here we are able to test if the book has really remained unchanged. So basically our book will be await get book, where the book ID is our testing book.id. And once again, we are, oops, here, I don't want to be inside this function. We are also deleting the book.added dttm, so that we can just expect that the book is deep equal to our testing book. Okay, so the book remains unchanged, because we have just passed like a weird attribute, and here we have done an before hook which cleans it up and adds the testing book once again, because the book had a price updated in the previous one, and we don't want to worry about this. Okay, so here, let's currently, maybe we don't need this after hook. We'll be using this testing book once again in the next set of test cases. I will now stop this, pass this. Let's see if this works, and we will be moving on to a next test case. So basically now we have tested if we have the correct update, we are testing for empty attributes, and we are testing for like an attribute that does not exist. So let's currently test, let's pass in, two attributes that we want to have be changed, because this is a logic that we also have here, or let's maybe pass in even 3. And then let's pass also one attribute that is a different one, right? So basically some like a weird attribute once again, right? Because this should be excluded. So I'll make a copy of this part right here. I'll maybe make this a little bit smaller. And now update with a parameter with, I would say, with multiple parameters, and one that does not exist, or maybe let's say and two and some that do not exist. Okay, so before we begin this, we want to have a cleanup. So we want to delete the previous book, and we want to add it once again. Okay, this makes sense for us. So just so that we have a fresh testing setup. And so here, when we execute the update, we are no longer testing for a correct error message, right? So here we don't want to get an error message. We just want to get a valid update. So basically we will be testing for a correct response. I will just copy it from the updating book correctly section, because this should work for us, right? So we should be getting, and here let's pass in, I don't know, a price of, let's maybe define it up here. Right, so we'll have a const of new price, and this new price, and basically this new price will be in this describe section, because we also have like a global new price. Or no, it's actually only for this part. Never mind. So here we were defining a new price. Let's define it to, I don't know, to 9999. Const, let's also say new author. Let's call it new author, and let's pass in const new description to new description. Okay, and then we'll add in some new attributes basically. Okay, here we want to have the testing book ID, and then the new attributes will be price, which is a new price, then an author, which is a new author, and then a description, which is a new description. And here I'll pass in like a weird attribute with a value, something like this, doesn't really matter. Okay, and we expect the row count to be equal 1, so that here we had a success. So we have a correct response, but this is relatively boring test case. Now let's check if book attributes were properly updated. So now let's here make an asynchronous function, and let's retrieve the book. Once again, we're using our Getbook function. I think we have it somewhere here, so we can just copy it. Right, and now we'll be expecting the book.price, price to equal our new price. We'll be expecting book.author and book.description. So basically here the author, and this will be equal to new author, and then the description will be equal to new description. And then we have the other attribute, which is the year published. The year published basically should be equal to our old year published, right? Because there we don't want to have any changes. To equal. Sometimes it's not really good to here do like multiple expects inside a single test case. Yeah, but okay. Sometimes you can just do it. This would be a little bit more hassle if we had to basically store this somehow. So I could, for example, put this inside this could be like its own describe section. Yeah, but doesn't really matter all that much. To a testing book dot you're published. Okay, we have added quite a bit of logic. I think for the update part, it's sufficient currently. I will just run the test once again. Let's see what we have. I will pass in an after hook. And here we see that all the test cases are passing. That's very good. So let's make here an after hook where we will pass in essentially this part so that we clean up after ourselves. Okay, this means that our update book section is ready. Updating book correctly. This is our update section, right? So I will bring this update section also down. So now we already see here, we have tested a get book, we have tested add book, and we have tested update book. Let's now move into testing our delete book. This should be pretty straightforward, right? So here we'll say testing delete book. Let's pass here, and let's start to work on it. So first thing, let's copy the testing book so that we can add it later on. Let's put it right here. And then we also need our before and after hooks. I will copy them from here. This I wanted to minimize. This part I wanted to minimize. Okay. Here I wanted our before and after hooks, and in the before hook, so that we know that we will have, let's use add book, and in the add book we will just pass in the testing book. Okay, and now for the test cases, we first off want to test a correct delete. Now let's pass in a callback here, and we will check for two things. So first off, we will check a correct response, right? So we will, here we'll pass in an asynchronous callback. We will have a response that will be equal to delete book, and this book ID, because this function takes a book ID, will be our testing book dot ID. Okay, and we are expecting here that the row count is equal to equal 1. Okay, and we want to check the second thing. So basically we want to check if book does not exist. In a similar fashion, this time we already know that we have, or we should have, deleted this book in step number 1. And here I need to make sure that I spell that right. So now if we try, and here we can do a const, if we now try to get the book, right, using basically also book ID, testing book.id, we should now have null here, because, right, if you remember, our getBook function that is somewhere here returns us a null if it does not have any results to return. So we will be expecting our book to equal null. Okay. And we can create one more set of test cases. Let's try to delete a book that does not exist. Here, let's pass in a callback. And we'll be basically what we'll try to do, and this is like important for us, right? First off, we'll check this, I think, in the following way. So we will extract a count, then we'll perform a delete of something that does not exist, and then we will check the count once again. By count, I just mean a number of rows in our book table. So basically here we will get count. Okay, and here I will just do const count equal to await client.query. Here I will do a select count star as count from book. Okay, we don't have any variables. And this function, basically get count, will now return rows, count dot rows, the first element of an array, and then the count key, or the value of the count key. Okay, and based on this, we can create a test case. So basically count before deleting, deleting is equal to count after deleting. Okay, that's quite long, but okay. So now what we need to do here is we need to declare a count before that basically will be equal to get count. Await, we need to await. This is an asynchronous function. And then we will delete a book. So await delete book. Then where book ID is does not exist or something, whatever, doesn't really matter. And then we'll have a const count after await get count. And then our test case or expect will be that the count after to equal count before. Okay, and that would be our test cases for the deletion. Okay, that's good. I think what we can do now is we can try to run them. Let's see if they still work. And right, we have 23 passing, that's good. No errors, that's good also. Okay, then next thing we need to do is, next on our list is the Getbooks function. So let's currently take a look. So for now, the Getbooks function is super simple. It just is supposed to return us all the books that we currently have in the database. So for this, we can write a very simple test. So let's do it. Here, let's put this down, and here what we will be doing is we will need to now create some more test cases. So basically using our describe, let's say that we want to be testing get books, and with the get books we now need some more test cases. So let's copy our testing book once again. But now we will not use one testing book, we'll have some more testing books. So we'll have a testing book 1, testing book 2, testing book 3. I'll now adjust some of the things right here. Let's create like a different price for them. Right, let's create a different author. Let's maybe remove description into some cases. Let's create like some different years. Okay, we have 3 testing books. Now, what we need afterwards is we need a way of actually adding all of them to our database. This we can achieve very simple. So basically, what we need to do is we have to, or we can just say add book. And here we need to add a book, we need to add a testing book 1. Right, and we need to add it 3 times. And actually, what I could do is I could just await all 3 of these, then they would be executed sort of synchronously, right? But what is a better way of doing it is to await something called promise.all. And what the promise.all does, it will resolve, it will trigger them at the same time. So it will, right? It will trigger this one, and then move on to this one. And here I wanted to start an array, not an object. Basically, it will trigger all 3, and then it will only resolve when all 3 are resolved successfully. Basically the same way, and actually we should have done it before. Let's first ensure that we don't have any of these testing books in case we had a crashed run before. So here we just use the ID. Okay, and let's create also an after hook. So an after will be very similar to our before, but will not have this part. What did I copy? Wait, I did not copy much. I messed something up here. Okay, I wanted to copy this part here, and I wanted to now remove the part that adds the test cases, and I wanted to rename it to an after. Okay, now it works. Good. So now what we can do is we can basically query the database, check if we can add these test cases, we can check if we will be returned or these test cases will be returned to us. Right, so let's get right here. Let's say describe testing if books are returned. Here, let's pass in a callback, right? So here what we will do is we'll create a test case, and inside this test case, what we will do is we will first execute our get books, and then we'll basically check, okay, do we have these 3 books in the results? So here, let's say that we'll say books are in the results. Here we'll pass in an asynchronous callback, because I can't just check if these are the only ones, because we can have some different testing books in the database, right? So among others, here in the book test data, we add some more. So here we will say const books equals await get books. Here we call it. And then this will be a little bit more complicated, because we need to go over our testing books, and we need to basically expect that this book is equal to a book that has the same ID. Let's just check if we did not. No, these have like a real UUID. Okay, so we should be fine now. So if we just look up a book that has an ID like this, and then we compare it against our expected or our test book, we should be fine. How you can approach this is you can say the books. These books will be an array. You can say filter, but not gilter, but filter. And now you say, you pass in a function here, and this function takes an element or a book to be more specific. And we will return true if book.id is equal to testing book.id. Right, so here we'll have const book1 equals. I will move this a little bit to the right so that we can see. And now I will do the same thing for the other 3 books. And here we will assert, or you know what, let's actually move this part to a before hook. Before. So that here we'll just have assertions. So I don't want to assert so much like in one it's broke, right? So I'll move it right here to first. I need to initiate the variables, so I'll say let book1. Here I'll say book1, book2, book3. Okay, and in the before hook, and that is an asynchronous one, I will just put the things that we have right here. Right, so here we'll just create our book1, book2, book3, and here we'll say book1 is the same as testing. And inside here, I will just expect that the book1 to deep equal testing book1. And we need to do one more thing. Basically, we need to also, let's do it here. We need to, from every book, or let's do book1 dot added dttm. We need to remove this from book2 and book3 also. Okay, and now we want to expect that it's the same, and we want to do it 2 more times. So we say book2, and we say book3, and testing book2, and testing book3 also. Okay, now we've done quite a bit. Let's try to run it. Let's see if this works. Okay, here we have an error. And the problem is, I know it's quite simple, but quite silly. Here I declared this using const. I can't do this. because then it just gets declared inside this before function, so inside this function right here, and it's not being assigned to these variables that are global for this scope. So let's rerun this, and currently we still have now 3 test cases also failed. Okay, yeah, here this still doesn't really work for us. Let's make a small reorganization. I think this will even look better. Let's get rid of this before hook. In the before hook, let's just execute this part, and then let's move these things to the particular test cases, right? So here we'll have this part, and of course we also need this part to be there. This part will be right here with this being a const, and this part will be right here, and here we will also have this part. Okay, I think now it looks a little bit better. Let's see if this helped our error, because here there might have been some issues with how the deletes are executed. No, we still get the same problem. Okay, let's try to use like the debugging tool. Let's do a console.logbook1. Yeah, here. Okay, it's a part of an array. Okay, so what we need to do here, we are getting an array, right? So basically we need to grab the first element of this array right here, and right here. And now this should work. Do we still have a problem here? Description is null. Okay, we have 2 failing now. Let's see. The second one is failing. Right, here we can see book 2 is the same as testing, and the book 3 is the same as testing. Do they share the same problem, that they don't have a description? Yes, they do. And apparently, so basically expected is that it doesn't have, and the actual is that it returns a description as a null. Okay. But this currently is okay for us, I think. So we can just delete this part right here. And then we can also delete this part from right here. Let's see if this works right now. Okay, we have passing test cases. That's very nice. Okay, so now we are done with the test cases for these models. But I'd like to go back to sort of this Getbooks function. So currently we are supporting selecting all the books without any additional possibilities to us, right? And what we will be also supporting in our API is we'll be supporting limits, and we'll be supporting pagination of sort. And we also, therefore, we at least need to allow a user to pass here a limit. We need to allow to pass in the sorting, and if it should be descending or not. So basically, these are the features we still have to add into our Getbooks function. So if we move right here, right, what we can do, and this will be, I think, slightly more problematic for us, is we can move right here. And what we want to have is we want to have a limit, possibility to add a limit, possibility to add an offset, right, for the pagination, possibility to add a key that we want to use to sort, and then we want also to be able to pass in a boolean which says that we should sort descending or not. So adding this, let's move this down below. Okay, I can close this for now. And here what we want to do. Let's maybe start with a little validation, right? So here we'll be using our validate function. And using our validate function, what we want to have is, first off, we want to validate our our limit, right? So our limit should be, so if it's basically here, all the variables here can be undefined, right? So you can just use this Getbooks function without anything else, to be honest, right? So, but if it's different than undefined, then basically it must be castable, so we must be able to cast it to a numeric, right? So you can cast it to numeric in JavaScript using just a plus sign in front of this. So if somebody passes a text, this would return not a number, and then this would be equal to true. If this is the case, what we want to do is we want to throw an error, basically invalid argument error. This is what our validate function throws. And we want to say that limit must be a number if defined. Okay, we want to move, we want to also validate our offset, sort by, and then the description. So for the offset, all right, what we want to have is, oops, for the offset, what we want to have is essentially the same thing, right? So if it's undefined, if it's not undefined, sorry, and casting it to a number returns us not a number, we want to say that this time not a limit, but offset must be a number if defined. Now, what we want to do is we want to now validate our sort by. And our sort by is special a little bit because now we need to check if what the user is trying to use to sort the results is a valid book attribute, right? How we can do that? We can do that very simple, just using our book attributes array dot includes, and then basically the sort by, right? And then if it's equal false, so basically if this will return false, if this is not in this array, right? Then this will return false. We want to throw an error, which is saying that sort by must be a book attribute. And then we are left with the last one, basically description. So if description is different than undefined, and description, not description, but descending. And basically now we need to change it a little bit. So basically, and type of, if it's different than undefined, so if it's defined, then it must be a Boolean, right? So if the type is different than Boolean, so either true or false, we need to, or we want to say desk must be a Boolean if defined. Okay, this is it. Now, we want to start building up our query, right? Because the task ahead of us is now, what we want to do is, we want to support all of this. And if any of this is defined, this means that we need to do some changes in our query. So, first off, let's here start by supporting a sort by, right? So if basically somebody passes a sort by, right? So if sort by is different than undefined, what we want to do is to our query, and we need to define this query not as const but as let. We want to pass, or we want to add basically order by, and this is like Postgres syntax, and we want to use the sort by. So now, in general, this part, if you now were using an ORM, or if you were using an NoSQL database, this would be very simple. Because we are not using this and we need to write it from scratch, this will be a little bit more complex. But I hope we'll manage and we'll learn something along the way. So basically else, and I'm doing an else right because I want to have like a default sorting. So if there is no sort by passed, basically I want to order these results by a date, right? By the date they were added. Okay, so then if our descending is specified, basically you need to remember in what order the SQL query is written, right? So after an order by, we would have a descending. So if it's different than false, what we want to do is we want to say the query equals to query plus descending, and that's it. Then we want to move to our limit. So basically, if limit is different than undefined, what we want to do is we want to set the query equals to query plus, and now we want to say limit, and the limit will be our, basically the limit will be our limit. But in order to do this, we'll be using once again bind variables here, right? So we need to have sort of the same approach that we had with the, oops, here I messed this up, that we had with the update of the book, right? So here I will define a bind variable, and using these bind variables, right, we will be appending the bind variables right here. So first off, because here in the query itself, we want it to be a $1, right? So here we need one more $sign, and now we need to pass in bind variables dot length, but +1, right? So the first time we use it, it becomes 1. The second time we use it, it becomes 2, and so on. Because the bind variables, we start counting from 1. And array, we count the length, we count from 0, of course. Therefore, we need to add 1 here. And if we do this to the bind variables, we need to push the plus limit, right? Plus limit to cast it to number if it's not a number. Now, the same thing we need to do for an offset. So if our offset is not undefined, we need to our query, we need to add an offset, bind variables length +1, and here we need to add an offset, right? And now we have applied our offset. So let's take a short look. The limit we have here applied, offset we have here applied, sort by we have here applied, and descending we have here, right? So this goes in the order that an SQL query would be written, and here we'll just querying, and the only thing that we need to do, we now need to pass the bind variables right here. Okay, this has been quite a bit of logic. Let's now go to our tests and let's adjust our test cases so that it fits with the newly added logic. Let's then show this section once again, and let's scroll down. Here we have our section where we are testing if the correct number of books is returned, or we are testing if the correct books are returned. And here now let's make a section which will say testing limit. Here, as always, we pass a function, and here we'll make a test case to check if the correct number of results was returned. All right, and here let's make an asynchronous test case, and inside the test case, let's say that the books will await. Here we'll use our Getbooks function, where we'll pass in a limit, and the limit will be, let's define it maybe up here. So let's say const limit, and let's say 2. Right, a limit will be 2, and then that's it. So here we'll be expecting that the books.length, no, we don't need deep, to equal limit. Okay, let's stop this. Let's run this once again. Let's see what we have. Okay, we have 27 passing. That's good. So we have tested the limit clause. Okay. Let's maybe do, because 2 might have been just a lucky draw. Let's change the limit to, okay, here I have done that completely stupid. And you actually don't need to do that, right? You can just, instead of doing that, you can just do this. This will also work, right? Okay, now we can even fit this just inside one line, right? So you can just come in right here and just say limit. And we can do this very same thing right here. Okay, and now let's change the limit to 1. Let's run this once again, and I would be expecting 28 passing test cases, which is correct. Okay, now let's make another section, and here we'll be testing sorting ascending. Inside this testing sorting ascending, what we want to do is Of course, we want to test our sort by, right? So first off, let's make a correct, or not correct. Let's check if the lowest price is returned. So here, let's pass in. This will be an asynchronous function. Let's pass in. Let's use our, this will be, let's say books. We'll await get books. And inside this getBooks, what we will specify is we will specify just sort by, and the sort by will be price. And then we don't need anything else. We can specify the descending false, right? So we want to get the lowest price. Here we need a comma. Okay, and then we want to also have the min price, and the min price we'll just get directly from the database by saying client.query, and here we'll be selecting minimum price. So select min price as min price from book. And we want to assert now, so we want to expect that the books and then the first element of the array and the price of that element, so the price of the book with the lowest price is equal to our min price. And here we have to remember that they are rows, the first element, and then the min price of this element. Okay, so now I save this, stop this part here, and run the test once again. Hopefully we see 29, or no, yes, 29. We have added one. Okay, so now we have the lowest price tested. Let's now check if we can sort by. Let's here testing sorting descending. So let's say the descending to true. And now let's select a max price, right? So here let's select the max price. Let's change the names here, or maybe not this one. I just need to set it to X. Here I pass this, and here I select also as max price. And here I select max price. Okay, and now I'll stop it. I'll run it once again. I would now expect to see 30 passing test cases, which is correct. Okay, so we have this part, and now what we need to do is we need to test the offset, right? So let's create another section as always. Let's say testing offset. And in the testing offset part, let's have a function. So for us, if the offset is to make sense, let's also create a limit, right? We'll also be using a limit. First off, we want to test, or not first off, if this time let's use year published, and we want to have the correct year published returns, right? And this will be an asynchronous test case. So now what we will do is we'll basically first off use our function, right? Const books equals await get books. We want to use our function, and then we want to pass in the limit. We want to pass in our sort by. So this we have established in the test case title, right? We want it to be year published. And here we want to set the descending to true. This can also be false, depending, and then you will just need to take this into account when you make an assertion. And we want to set the offset to 1. And underneath, I will basically manually write a query that I would be expecting this function to create, and I will return a result, right? So I will just say year published, or maybe year published is equal to await client.query. And inside this query, what we will do is we'll select year published from book, and we'll order by year published, descending, and we'll set a limit that will pass in using a bind variable, and we'll also use an offset of 1. And here we'll just go ahead and pass in the limit. Okay, and our assertion right now that we need to make here, we'll expect that the first element of the books array and the year published of this, the year published attribute, we'll be expecting it to equal the year published result set, and then the rows key, the first element of the array, and the year published attribute. Okay, so if I run this right now, I would be expecting that we get 31 passing test cases, which we did. Okay, this means that we have the offset, the sort by, the limit, and the descending tested. Therefore, we have our whole books model tested. Now it's time for us to move to our routes. So now we'll be working on the routes of our API. So what creates the actual API, what will answer the requests. And now, because we have so well prepared database models, it will be very simple for us, because if you see, basically we have one function that will serve a purpose of one endpoint, right? So here we'll use the getBooks, getBook, addBook, update book, and delete book. And we'll need to do some small additional changes to our logic, but this will all be relatively simple. So let's go from top to bottom. First off, what we want to have is we want to have here a setup so that we can use our getbooks. And then, so we need to extract the limit, the offset, sort by, and descending. And we will pass this, or the clients will pass it to us using the query string, right? So if you have the URL, you have the main part of the URL, and then you have a question mark, or you can have a question mark, and then you have key value pairs. And these key value pairs are the query parameters that we'll want to extract. We can do this by using the object destructuring. So we'll extract a limit, offset, and sort by from request.queryObject. And this is just an object that Express creates by parsing the URL. And we have one different one. We want to apply some pre-processing to it. So I mean, it also comes from the same object, but we want to have it either set to true or to false, because this is our descending sorting option. So, and I'll use a shorthand. Basically, if the descending object is set to undefined, or it's equal to undefined, or sorry, it's different than undefined, then set it to true, else set it to false, right? So basically, if this is undefined, and sometimes speaking and writing is pretty difficult at the same time. Okay, so here, if this request.query.desk is different than undefined, then set it to true, else set it to false. So we'll not be checking for a value, and this will be sufficient if you just pass the key only. So you can pass in the query string only the key without any value. Then it will be set to an empty string, which is different than undefined, which means that it will be true. Otherwise, it will be false. If it's passed, for example, if it's set to false, right? So if you set it to actually anything else, this will be false. Okay, so now here, let's apply the books, what we want to have, and let's try to, or maybe now I think about this. So basically, if we'll have an empty string, maybe let's do it like this, right? If this will be an empty string, so basically this is equal to an empty string, we will have it to false, otherwise we'll have it as true, right? So basically the difference is that if you now set the undefined to anything other than an empty string, it will be true, so it will not be false. No, but this would make it by default true if this was not passed, right? Because if it's not passed, then it's undefined. Okay, let's go back to the previous logic. So if it is different than undefined, let's have it as true. Otherwise, let's have it as false. Okay, let's go back to our query right here. So books, and the books will return by saying await client. Sorry, not client. We will be using our get books and our get books, and now it has gotten imported here. Let's actually go to our, or let's let Visual Studio Code handle that. Here we need to pass our limit, our offset, our sort by, and our disk. And this is basically the same as saying limit is limit, and so on and so forth. This is just a shorter way of doing it. Okay, in case we catch an error in this function, we want to console this error, And now we want to do something interesting, or we want to handle, I don't know if that's very interesting, but we want to have, now I messed this up. Here I want to have the routes, and here I want to have the models. Okay. So now, if you remember, we are using this validate function, and in this validate function, we are throwing this invalid argument error. So if we catch this type of an error, we want to send a message to the users, right? So we want to say if the instance of this error, so basically if invalid argument error, and Visual Studio Code automatically import this for us, fantastic. We want to return respond.status 400, which means bad request. And as a JSON message, we want to pass in the error message, right? So we'll say message a.message. Right, so basically the message that we are now passing inside the validate function right here to the right hand side, right, will be sent directly to the user. So if we have it right here, so basically now we can say else return response.send status 500. We don't need to send else, because if this is true, this function gets finished right here. So here we are sending the 400 and the error message, but if we have a different type of an error resulting from anything else, we'll just say send a 500 to the user. This is basically saying, okay, if something went wrong on our side, then we send you a 500 so that you know it's not an error on your side, this is an error with us. So now, but if you take a look at the function here, right? So here, if, for example, what happens quite often is the database is, I don't know, not responding, not available, not created, whatever, we will catch this error on this part and we'll already return undefined. Therefore, here we need to also handle this, right? So if the books equals undefined, I will return also basically respond.send status 500. So this is the same way. And otherwise, if everything goes right, we return the books as they are. Okay, now let's move to our book ID. What we want to do in our book ID is basically the same thing. Let's get the book ID in a variable right here. So here, this will be passed, and here it will be passed as part of an URL, right? So the URL will go the address of our server /book/ and then everything that's after the slash will be this book ID. So we'll extract it by using this request.query, sorry, not request.query, but request.params. Request.query we have used above. Request.params, and this will be called book ID the same way we called it right here. So now what we want to have is we want to have a try catch block. So we need to initialize a book variable. So this here will be returning only one book, and now our book will be equal to await get book, and now we need to pass in the book ID, right? The same way as here. This means just book ID and then colon book ID. Let's see if we await it here. Yes, we did. Okay, and now if we catch an error, so here we are. Here we are not using. If you take a look at this getBook function, right here we are not throwing any custom errors. This means that if we catch an error right here, we'll be just I need to do a catch, and then we'll be just saying console.error this error. I need to make a space here. Or this is different. I'm wondering why I have this red mark right here and I have wrong types of parentheses or brackets, as some would say, I think. Okay, we were right here. So if anything goes here wrong, we'll be responding, or we'll be returning respond.send status 500, right? Something went wrong on our side, so we have a 500. Now, we also have a mechanism here to set it to undefined. Therefore, we also need to have this part, right? So we are just responding. If this is equal to undefined, we are responding with 500 also. Other than that, we also have this part, which sets it to null if no rows were returned, which means that the book doesn't exist. So basically, if our book is equal to null, we want to return with response.send status, and we want to say 404. So basically 404 is not found, right? So we did not find the book, that the resource that somebody has been requesting, right? Because you need to remember, REST has a certain convention, and basically you'd access something called resource. In our case, this resource is a book or our books, by passing it here as this parameter, and then we are retrieving it right here. If we could not retrieve it, then we are passing we are sending you a 404 status. If everything goes right, we'll just return the book. Okay, that's it. And now for the post part, right? So here we are creating a book. Therefore, what we need for the book is we need the request to have a certain parameters. What we can do is basically the same thing we did already up here. We can get these parameters by saying const and then opening parentheses or brackets and extracting the author, price, description, and then the year published from our, and this time we use the body, right? So we use the body of our request. Thanks to these pieces right here, we'll be able to handle this body just fine. Here we need a comma, not a dot, right? So otherwise, because otherwise the body will be just a stream that we can read from, and we would need to parse the data manually, and these two middleware functions for us just take care of it and create a nice body object for us. Okay, if something does not exist on the body, this will be set to undefined. And here, if something, for example, an author is set to undefined, it will not be a type of string. Therefore, it will get, we will get an error right here, right? So the validation will not pass. We just have to make sure that we forward this error and this message correct to our users. So basically, let's initiate a response. Let's have a try where we set the response to add book. Beside this add book, we are just passing an ID, and we actually need to create an ID, and this we'll do in a sec. So we'll need passing an author and price, and description, and then we'll be passing year published and the ID. It will be basically, we can do it right here. What we'll have is const ID will be equal to UUID v4. And this UUID v4, we now need to manually import because, Visual Studio Code did not do a good job for us. So basically const, and we want to grab the version 4. We want to call it using the UUID v4. No, here I don't call it, and we want to take it from the UUID package. Okay, now it will create an UUID for us. In case we catch an error right here, what we want to do is we just want to first off console this error, console error the error. And then what we want to do is, if this error is instance of our custom error, right? So invalid argument error, we want to return response.status 400, so a bot request. And then we want to, as JSON, we want to send the message of our error, right? So that the error message that we have right here is forwarded to the client. Okay, let's go back right here, and we want to return with a send status of 500, because this means that something has gone wrong on our side. And once again, we also need this logic that we handle the undefined case. Basically, we also return with response.sendStatus 500. If everything goes right, we will respond with status 201, which just means created. This is just convention of REST, or with HTTP codes in general, and we'll respond with an ID and then a message, book has been created. Okay, that's fine. And this is our post route. Now let's go to our patch, and our patch route is, I think, the most interesting. So for the patch, we also need an ID because we need to know which book to patch, and you have two methods that can serve as an update method or update route. You have patch and put. The difference is that by convention, a put, if you send an object to put, and you always should send like the whole object, right, to put. If this doesn't exist by ID, it should get created, right? So it's like an update or create route. And a patch is a strict update where you don't send a whole object and you just send the attribute that you want to update, right? And this is why we spend so much time on implementing this feature in our update book function. But okay, so now let's extract the book ID. This once again comes from the params because it comes as a parameter to us inside the URL. And then what we want to do is we want to check if this book exists, right? So let's try to get the book with the book ID. Now, if the book is undefined, and actually here we need to have a try catch block, right? You need to have a try catch block, catch. We want to catch an error. So basically, if we catch an error, we want to console the error, and we want to return by responding with send status 500. Okay, now if this book is undefined, right? So if we have an error here, because if you remember in the get book right here, we also have a way of setting this to undefined. So we need to handle this here properly. So basically what we need to do is we want to set this part to so that it sends the status 500. And then if book.length, so essentially if we have, maybe I think here we can just use the null, right? So if book equals null, we'll return response.sendStatus 404, right? Just to say that the book has not been found. Okay, we have this taken care of. Now what we need to do is we need to pass, or we need to just select the possible attributes to update. Now we need to take care of how we want to pass actually the attributes to our update book function. Let's find it. And here I think what's important is here we have this piece of logic which selects out of the new attributes only what is actually valid to update. So if somebody sends here some bullshit or some attribute that doesn't really exist, we will not select it. Therefore, we don't need any more validation here, I think. We can just start to, we can just call our function, I think. So how I imagine this is basically that in the body itself, somebody will pass like an ID, and then next to it on the same level will pass only the attributes that they want to change with the new values, right? So because of this, and because I will create this API now like this, we need to have a way of creating an object out of this, right? So we basically need to take everything that is also in the body, but is not an ID. Basically, we need to take it and create a new object out of this. So what we can do right here is we can just say that the new attributes here will be request.body. And out of this, we actually don't even need to delete the ID, because the ID will be deleted right here, right? Because here in our function, we are filtering with book attributes array, and the book attributes array, okay, the book attributes array actually has an ID inside of it. Okay, then we sadly need to remove this ID. Otherwise we could update an ID. So basically delete, but we would update it to the same value, but I don't really want to have it currently. New attributes.id. Okay, let's delete it, and we should be fine. So here even if somebody sends something that we are not interested in, it will be filtered out here in our update book function. Okay, then that's it. That's good. Maybe now what would make sense to do is it would make sense that we just okay, but if we don't have anything to update, we also have it handled here. Okay, that's good. I think what would make sense is if we now here just check if we have the a book ID, because if we don't have a book ID, then it will be passed in here as undefined. And what our get book function will do, our get function will answer with undefined to us, right? And then we'll send a 500. I don't think that it makes sense. I think we should have here if book ID equals undefined, I would rather send status 404, or maybe even I would say status 404, and then inside of a JSON, here inside of a JSON saying that the like a message that the book ID is missing. Okay, this we have handled. We can continue. So here we already have this. Now we can actually query, or we can initiate a response, because we'll be using our the function. So our response is equal to await update book, and the update book, what we'll update is here you need to pass an ID that is a book ID. Actually, I should have. Did I name it? Did I really name it ID right here? Update book and ID. Okay, perhaps would make much more sense to name it book ID. I will now try to. Okay, now I will now try to change it to book ID, because everywhere else we have a book ID. I changed there something, so I will now run the tests once again. No, and we have an error. It's because in our app, but it's an error here. It's because now we need to make this asynchronous. Okay. Async. And async. Okay, this will also be definitely async. Okay, let's stop it. Let's run the tests once again. This is why it's good to have tests. But I already can see like a red piece somewhere here. Okay, because here we don't have the catch finished. So for now, I will just do this part. And yes, it's showing us that we don't have a catch. So let's run it once again. Oh, now we have an error. And I think the error is because in the test cases now, let's say testing update book. This is 119. Testing update book. Okay, testing update book, updating book correctly. Because now we need to just change how we named it here. This will be not so easy. Update book, and now this needs to be a book ID, and we need to now find all the places where we are using the update book, also right here, and also right here. And also right here. And that should be it. Okay. Let's try to test it once again. That's good that we have these tests then. Still we have some failing test cases. So here the error is in app/model/book. So let's go to app/model/book, line 119. And right here we have it. Okay, book ID. Now, what we have here, ID is not defined. Okay, we have every time the same problem. Let's try to run it once again. And now 31 passing. Okay, that's good. We can go back to our route here. So here, if we have an error, let's say console.error, we console.error this error, and in the two cases right here, we want to do the exact same thing, because there we are also using this this validation logic, right, with the validate function. Okay, now let's do so if response is equal to undefined, we'll return responded status 500. Otherwise, we'll send status 204, right? So basically that everything, this is like a no content answer. So essentially we have processed your request and nothing else is to be done. Okay, next, all Rust one. Let's have here also, we take a book ID and we need to add this book ID because you are deleting a particular book. So here we grab this. And we have, we initialize a response. We have a try catch block where we assign the response to the result of our, well, we assign it to the result of our, not client, but to delete book. Inside here, we are passing the book ID. If something goes wrong, we want to display the error to our console for the logging purposes. And then let's check this function. What else we need to handle here? So we need to handle the undefined case. Let's maybe do that. So basically if response is equal to undefined, then return with response.send status 500. Okay, and here, yeah, I think here we'll do the exact same thing. We don't have any custom errors here to handle. And we should be fine. Maybe the only thing that we will need is we'll need to check if we have deleted something. This way, we don't need to check if this actually exists for us, right? So if here we have basically the response.row count is equal to 0, we can just return with response.send status 404, right, not found. And maybe wait a little bit, but maybe we can also make this check in the same way, right? Because if here we get the book and we don't get any book on the patch, what happens? Let's go to the update book. So if our ID right here, if the book does not exist, we will have the exact same thing. Therefore, we don't need, I think, this block, right, to return the 404. We can just check it afterwards. So basically this whole thing we can remove, I think currently, and we can just add a check that we had right here, right? So we can just check if on the response we have a row count of 0. This means that nothing was updated. This means that, yeah, something, the book was not found. Therefore, we will want to answer with 404. Okay, that's good. And here, the same thing, we will just response.send status, send status 204. Once again, no content, book has been deleted correctly, no actions necessary. Okay, that's quite a bit of logic on our side. We'll definitely now want to write some tests for it. So let's go to our test folder. Let's create a new folder so that we keep the structure the same. Let's call it routes, and let's call it book.js. And in the book.js, now we will want to write some tests for our books, or for our book API endpoints rather. So here what we need, we'll need to install one more module. This module is called Chai HTTP. Let's wait for it to finish installing. And basically this module will allow us to start our application and then run some queries against it. But first off, we start with Chai. So this time we want to actually require Chai. Then let's get expect from .mocha from Chai. Then we get our Chai HTTP from Chai HTTP. Okay, then we want to get our app. Require was to go one folder app, then one more folder app, and then into our app module. Okay, and the same way, or almost the same way, we want to get our client. We will use it later on to connect with the database, just to run some checks on it. And for now, that's it. Let's say chai.use, and here basically you now configure the Chai HTTP module. Okay, let's create a describe section. Let's name it maybe testing API endpoints. And right here, what we will need is, we will definitely need once again a cleanup function. And before we do the cleanup function, let's define some test data that we'll be using to test our endpoints, right? So same way as we did right here, let's actually go here. Where do we have this testing book one? Here, and here we have 3 testing books. Let's grab this. Let's grab it right here, and let's put it right here. Okay, and we have now our 3 testing books. Let's define a cleanup function. So basically a cleanup function, what a cleanup function will do. Async function cleanup, and here inside the function, we'll just await client.query. And here we'll delete from book where and here we want to, what we'll want to be doing is from these test cases, let's remove the ID, because here these will be used in our post endpoint. And if you remember, our post endpoint right here doesn't really need the ID, but it creates the ID on its own. So we will not have the ID here. Therefore, let's try to remove it using, I don't know, an author, for example. We're author n, and then let's do $2, $3. And here let's provide testing book 1 dot author, testing book 2 dot author, and testing book 3 dot author. Okay, so we have a cleanup function. So now what we can do is we can define our first clean up. We can define our first test or a set of test cases. Let's say testing post book. Let's start by testing the creation of book. Right, so right here we want to have a before hook. That will be an asynchronous hook where we will await our cleanup function, just to make sure that we start from a clean database. And then we want to describe, we want to test adding correct book. And inside here, what we want to do is we want to add a book. However, I think we will be adding a book many times. Let's maybe do it once here. Let's test for correct response status. And here, currently, because we will not be using async await, we'll be using callbacks actually. Therefore, we need something special, but this I will show you in a second. So basically, what we need to do is we need to say chai.request, and then here pass our application, and then a method. So in this case, it will be post because we want to create a book, then /book. So basically the URL, and then we want to pass in a send, and we want to send our data, right? So here the testing book is supposed to be in the body of the request, therefore we put it using the send, right? So the send here needs an object right here, and it will just get this testing book 1. Okay, and then we need to end, and what we need to end here with is a callback that takes an error and response. I place an underscore before an error because I will not be using it, so that it's not grayed out by Visual Studio Code. And then I want to expect that a response to have status. Basically, you could also say response.status to equal 201, but 201 is the response, and let me get here the routes. If we create a book successfully, right, we are passing 201, and this is what I'm currently testing for. And we also, in the body, right here, we want to have an ID. So we also want to expect that response.body to have property, and then I say ID. And then I want to set this ID on this testing book so that we can later on use it to basically query for this and to check if this was created correct. And so basically testing book 1.id, testing book 1.id equals response.body.id. Okay, and I will run this now for you. So let's say npm run, or not, we don't say npm run. We say docker compose -f docker compose test yml up. And let's wait for the results of our test cases. So here, these are the first set of test cases for our API. So let's maybe, cannot find module chai HTTP. Okay. Let's take a short look right here. We have chai HTTP. Okay, but what we need to do is we need to say -- build so that the image is created once again. So I will see you once this is created. And here, basically, you can see now that the 32 test cases are passing, testing API endpoints is passing. Therefore, let's here, as we usually tried doing, let's try to change it to some incorrect value just to see the test case fail. And actually, what I'm expecting right now is that the test case surprisingly does not fail. Exactly, we have a success, right? While this is not very possible that the response has a status of 1 to 3. And this is the case because this end function is executed before the request has finished. Or rather, sorry, this is not how it works. The test case is evaluated before the request has finished. So basically before this end is executed. Therefore, we are not seeing any of this happens, right? In order to wait with the execution, what I do is this it function can take, or this callback here can take a done or done argument. And this done is a function you call when you want to actually notify chai that it should wait, or it should also basically wait with evaluating the test case before this part here is finished, right? So before this function here is executed. So basically here, once I now do it, now we are expecting that the test case should fail because here we have 1 to 3. Okay, now it has failed. However, it has not failed because in a way that I would expect it to fail. So the issue of this error took me actually a while to investigate, but here if you take a look, basically what this timeout means is that we for 2 seconds have not received a response. And when we go here to the right side, right, to our post route, basically if you take a look at how are we generating the response, right? So what are we doing is we are passing the ID. Now where are we generating this ID? Here. And we are defining it with const inside of a try catch block, which means that this response has never got generated because it was missing this ID property and we did not get really an error here. So basically we need to move it up here. And now when we restart the tests, and run that once again. Everything is passing just fine. Okay, this was a little bit more time than necessary, but anyways, I think we can continue. So what we should test probably now is if we really created something, right? Because here we have just tested that we actually get a correct response code, but right now let's test if the created book is equal to the testing book. So what we will do is let's actually use our function maybe. Let's say const book equals await get book, and this has gotten imported where the book ID is testing book 1 ID, because here we have assigned it. And then we want to delete book.added DTTM because this will cause issues, and we will expect that the testing book to deep equal our book. Okay, let's run the test case. Whoops. And currently it's probably something I left after debugging. Exactly, this console log. Best debugging tool. But here we can see 33 test cases passing. That's good. Okay, now I believe we are done with this section. So we have tested that we can add a correct book. Now let's try to make some mistakes. So first off, let's try maybe to add a book that does not have a price or something like that, right? So let's create a describe testing adding book without a price. And actually we'll be probably adding a book a lot to the database. Therefore, what I suggest we do is we create a short function that handles this for us. So basically this function will be called add book. All right, it will take two arguments. It will take the testing book, and then it will take the end callback, because basically what I want to wrap is I want to wrap this piece of request, right? So I will grab it here, I will paste it here, and now I need to think what will be changing, right? And what will be changing is the testing book that we want to send and the callback. So basically this part right here that we want to provide, right? So now what it will do is every time we will want to add a book to the database, instead of just using this lengthy piece of code, what we will be able to do is we will just be able to call this function, and then inside it, what we will need to give is basically two things. One is the testing book. In this case, we want it to be testing book 1. And then what we will need is we will need also the end callback. And basically the end callback, we can just copy paste from right here, right? And then we don't need this piece. And basically if I close it, run it once again, we should be getting the exact same result. Okay, here we are getting an error because I do not have, I created a section and nothing in it. So I just commented it out. Let's try to run this once again. I didn't save, nice, good job. But we have 33 passing right now. Okay, this works, that's fantastic. So let's try to actually conclude or do these test cases. Okay, so what we need to do is basically we need to check if our test case or if our book did not get added, right? So how we do this is basically, let's go, let's maybe create a count before here, and let's create a before hook. That will be an asynchronous, because here what we'll want to do is we'll want to basically go to the database and extract the number of rows we currently have in our book table. This is because we'll be checking if nothing got created, right? So basically we are selecting count star, as count from book. And then we are setting the count before to the response, and then rows, the first object, because there will be only one, and then to the rows attribute of it. Okay, so now in count before, you should have, well, the count before. So now if we create a test case, let's test here directly for correct response status, right? Because we should get a 400. And now let's use testing book2 where we, oops, I clicked something too much. Let's use this testing book where we remove the price. So we want to use the testing book2. And here what we want to have is, we want to have a callback where we have a done. And I will copy this part. Right, and now we want to have a testing book2. And in our assertion, what we want to check is that the response has a status of 400, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a short look here. Yeah, exactly here. If we catch this error and we are actually trying to test this part, we return it with 400. Okay, then let's try to do it. Let's see if we succeed. Okay, we have 34 passing, but here we have an error, that an invalid argument error, that the price must be a number and must be larger or equal than 0. Exactly, and this is the exact error that we wanted to have. So basically, this is generated by our by this part right here. But that's good. Let's now continue. So basically we have tested for a correct response status, but we still need to test if the count after is equal to count before. So in other words, basically no new book is created, right? Because what if we are getting a 400 status, but the book is created? That would not be very good. I'll once again copy this part. This time, let's here, oops, and let's expect that response dot, and here let's copy this part basically to get the count. I don't think we should have rows, but we should have count here rather. Okay, so here let's expect that this to equal count before. Okay. Let's once again run our test suite. 35 passing, that's good. Okay, this means that the counts were equal. Let's quickly check if this was true, if this was not some, if this rerun. Okay, it did. So here we have now have a failing test case. Basically assertion expected 4 to equal 1 to 3, 1 to 3. Okay. This means that this has worked. Okay, this is good. This means that I think we can conclude the post-book testing. Therefore, I think we can continue. So let's continue with our get book. Right, so here we can close this section. We can now create another section that will be saying like testing get book. All right, and here what we can do is we can begin with a cleanup. I just copy it from the other part. And then let's create our first section here. Basically testing getting book that exists, right? So here, what we need to do is we need to now have a book that we can retrieve. So here, let's have a callback, and here we want to test that the fetched book is equal to testing book. But before we do this, we need to actually add a testing book, right? Or what we can do is we don't need to run this part. So we can, I'll just remove this before, right? So we will use the testing book 1 that we have added and which we already have an ID, right? So here you have to decide between your test cases being independent and saving some time on round trips to the database. I chose just to to do the latter. So here we'll be using now manually our request. So we are saying chai.request. To make the request, we are passing our app, and then here we want to make a get request, right? So basically we want to make a get request on book / and now this is good that we have the ID. Let's begin this URL also with a slash, because what I will just say, and I'll just say testing book1.id, right? And then I will pass in this end callback that takes an error and response. This should be an equal sign, not a plus. And inside here, first thing I want to do is I want to delete the response.body.added DTTM. So basically in this response object, we have a body, and we need to remove the added DTTM because it will be retrieved, basically how our get here works. And then we want to expect that the response.body to deep equal testing book 1. Okay, let's try to do it. And currently we get a timeout because we did not call done. Okay, so now we have 36 passing. But what is actually quite annoying for me is that we are still seeing this console log here, and I don't want to see it. Therefore, we can do a very simple thing. Here we can say npm I mocha suppress logs. Oh, I made a typo. Logs. Okay, and then you just go to your package.json, and here you say in the Mocha testing script, you say require Mocha suppress logs with hyphens. You build once again your Docker images. So this means that we wait a second, so I will see you when it's done, or I will not because it's already done. And you can see no more annoying error. But this means that you will also not see other logs from your test cases. So you have to just keep this in mind for debugging purposes. Okay, where were we now? We wanted to test that the fetched book is equal to a testing book, and this we have tested correct. Okay, therefore, let's move on. Right now, we want to test basically getting book that does not exist. Right, so we are essentially testing for the 404 response code. So only one test case here, basically saying correct response code, and then correct response code, and then we set it to done here. And basically here, let's make a request app, and then we make a get on /book/ I know does not exist. This would be made an ID, right? And this ID doesn't really exist for us, hopefully. And so then we want to have an end that takes an error and a response, and we want to expect that the response to have status 404, right? Because I think 404 is what we are sending right here. So when we make a post, or not, sorry, not post, a get, and we don't find anything, yes, then we are sending a 404. Okay, and here we are passing calling done. Let's call it done then. And basically, I'm not creating that many test cases because we have really went in depth on testing our models, so our functions right here. And so, for example, right, on the adding correct book and incorrect book, I have just made essentially one test case for the price, where we could also be testing the year published and so on. And if you really want to, you can, for the purpose of exercises, set these tests up. But I will just now skip this process. This is, in the end of the day, also only redoing what we have already done. Okay, so now we have arrived where we can test getting multiple books. We have arrived at this point. So here we are finishing our section. So let's testing get multiple books. And here a simple approach, or a similar approach. Basically, we'll not create test cases for all the possible scenarios. However, what we need to create test cases for is we definitely now need to add some more books. So here we have the testing book 3, and let's maybe create one more that's actually a correct one, right? So here we'll have testing book 4 with a testing author 3 and create written in 2002. Okay, so now the testing book 2 is in the incorrect one, so this we don't have to or don't want to deal with. We'll add 1, 3, and 4. So here, let's create a before hook where asynchronous we'll have a promise.all, and inside this promise, what we'll do is we'll use our add book function, where as testing book we'll pass in the testing book 1 we already have in the database, therefore we'll pass in 3, and we'll pass in 4. Here we need a comma and we need to await it. And let's just check if something somewhere here. Okay, here we have a cleanup on the before part. So before we created this, and here in the before hook we don't really clean up, and here we don't have hooks. Okay, so the testing book 1 should be in our database. So what we have to do now is, let's write our test cases. So here basically we'll describe, let's say test limit, right? So this is a very simple test case. We just want to test if the limit works. So basically if will be returned, or if we will have returned a correct number of books. So here what we say is, let's create a test case, correct number of books fetched. And here let's pass in done. Right, and we will make a request. So chai.request, then we pass in our app, and we say get, and here very important, we'll be creating the query, right? So we do /book, and then we say question mark limit equals 2. So we are setting our limit to 2, and then we just have a get, and here we have a callback that takes an error and response. And we'll be expecting that the response.body.length, right, because it returns as an array, to equal to, and then we want it to be done. Okay, let's test it. I actually don't need to be building this one. Okay. And here we get an error, that is a type error in the correct number of books fetched. Field to lowercase is not a function. And I think the reason is pretty silly. Here should be end instead of a second get. I actually don't need to be building this every time. This will be much faster without this build step. Okay, now it's good. Yeah, silly mistake. It has already been some time creating this video. Now, let's create a testing sort by. So here what we want to do is we want to test if our sort by feature works. So first off, let's let's extract an author or authors, right? Because we will need to be testing with something. So we want to be testing the sort by, with, and without desk, right? So ascending and descending. So basically, let's start with testing ascending, hard word. And then, so here what we need to do is we need to prepare our test results. So here let's initialize an author variable, and then before, what we want to do is using an asynchronous before hook, we want to extract. So basically we'll here have wait client.query, and what we want to query for is we want to select author from book, from book, and we want to order by author, right? So basically we want to select alphabetically sorted authors, sorted ascending alphabetically. And then we want to assign it to our author. So our author will be equal to response.rows 0.author. This we all know pretty good. Okay, then the test case that we want to have is we want to have or to check if an author is equal to the selected author. Right, and here once again we'll have a done here, and once again we'll make a request on our application or to our application, and now inside the get part right here, what we want to have is we do a /book and now a question mark and sort by author, and this should be sufficient, right? So we should get everything sorted by an author. And what we also can do is we can pass here end, right, and then we can say limit equals 1. And now inside the end part, error response, where we'll be testing our test case, we want, first off, we want to expect the response body.length, length, to equal 1, because we have passed in the limit 1. And then we want to expect that the response.body, the first and only element of it, .author, to equal our author that we have selected before, right? So this is also, here we selected all authors, here we selected the first one, and here we did it a little bit different. And not to forget about our done part. Okay, let's run these tests. Let's see what we get. We get a passing test case. So next, let's proceed with a descending part. So I'll actually try to copy this part, and then we'll adjust, so basically testing descending, and here all the by author desk, right? So, and here we'll say, or we'll add, we already have a sort by author and limit, and now I think this is the first time you are seeing it, how I basically imagine that we pass in desk, basically like this, right? So you pass in descending without really anything else. And okay, so we also have, let's change maybe the limit to 2, right? And here we sorted also descending, and here we sorted descending. So basically this should be the same, or this should be correct now. And it looks like we are getting a 40th passing test case. That's very good. So let's continue. Basically, currently we can test, because I think we are done with testing the sort by. And so now what we can test is we can test the offset. So this is our last property that we have. Let's test the offset. And I think the offset we can test the following way. So basically, let's first extract a price. So the same way we extract an author, basically let's now do with a price, right? So in a before hook, let's here pass in an asynchronous callback. We want to have a response that is equal to await client.query. And here we are selecting, let's select price from book. And we want to order by price. So basically I will manually write a query that then we will try to replicate with our request, right? So I will say limit 1, and then let's say also offset, I don't know, 1. Just so that we don't run out of test cases. And then we want the price to be equal to our response, rows 0 dot price. This we all know very well. Okay, and so right here, we will still be in the describe section. And we want to test if basically the selected price is equal to, or I don't know, because we are selecting second lowest price, right? Second lowest price. So because here we are limiting it by 1 and we are offset, so we are ordering by price ascending, and then we are offsetting by 1. So we have a second lowest price. By the way, very important, or very often we will ask a question like this on an SQL course. If you want to know how to deal this, I have a whole SQL course, or I don't think it's yet finished when this video is being released, but it's definitely, there are definitely many episodes you can check out. I will leave you a link if I don't forget. Okay, now let's make the test. So basically we want to make a request as many times. Writing these tests really allows you to learn the syntax right here. So on /book, and now we create, not this part, we want to sort by, and we want to sort by price, and we want to have an offset of 1. The order here should not matter. And what we want to have is we want to have a limit of 1. We don't want to have descending because we don't have a descending right here. Okay, this is good. And then we want to say .end, and here as always, error response. And here we want to expect that our response.body, and then the first element of it, and then the price is equal to price. And then we want to be done. Okay, let's check this part out. So here we are testing our get multiple books. If this is correct, everything is correct. Therefore, we can minimize this part. We can minimize this part because currently we have tested the get one book, get multiple books, and post. What we are left with is we are left with patch, and we are left with delete. So basically, let's create a section. Let's say testing patch book or books. Let's pass in a callback right here. And so what do we have? We have already created and changed the testing book 1, and of this we know an ID. Okay, so let's use it, right? Let's try to, I don't know, adjust the price to be 222, right? So how we would do that is, let's create a section, updating an existing book. Right, so here what we'll do is we would pass in a callback, and now let's have a test case, right? So inside this test case, what we will have is we want to test for a correct response code. Because let's check here what response code we are passing. If we patch this, okay, here on patch, on the successor, we are passing 204. Okay, therefore let's test for it. So here we'll need the done part. And we are saying chai request app, and now dot, and it will be a patch, and this will be a patch on /book / and now in the book ID. So we are, let's use the testing book 1.id. And now what we'll want to send is basically, let's try to check here what are we expecting. So we are expecting basically an object of new attributes, right? So here we are expecting that somebody passes us the new attributes. I got a little thinking, why did we put this line here, right? Because the ID we are receiving in the params and not in the body, right? So I don't think we need it here, but If somebody passed in also an ID, I think this will prevent them from updating the ID. We can actually make a test case like this. Maybe this would be actually good. So here we are passing inside of the body what we want to update, right? So we said that we want to update the price to 222, and then maybe let's create an update, or let's try to update the, I don't know, let's try to update the description, right? Let's set it to this is updated description. Okay, so here we have the test case, and now we have to have .end. Here we take an once again a second function, error response, and here we want to expect that the response to have status 204, and we want to be done. Okay, so this should update our book. Let's check that. Let's check if we get the correct response status. Oh, okay, we get a 500 error. Okay. Let's maybe, because currently it will be useful for us if we see any kind of logs, right? So if we go right here to our package.json, let's remove this part. And let's build up our container once again. I'll see when it's done, so I hope we'll see some errors then. Okay, so here it's done. Let's check it out. And basically what we have is that an ID must be a string and must be longer than 0. And here I think I found an issue. So if you take a look here, right, when we use this update book, we are passing this still as an ID. I think this is an issue we have dealt with before. So I'll already changed that, because here we are expecting a book ID, right? So the book ID was not existing, therefore it was undefined, therefore it was throwing us an error. This is why it's very important to write your tests, even if they take a little bit long to write. Okay, but this time we got a 400. Where did we get a 400 now? So what we are expecting is that basically, so if we get a 400, this basically means that this validation right here has broken, right? So, because here we need to also, to our update book, we need to pass in the new attributes. Okay, so this time let's stop our container, let's run it. And basically you can see like how are the tests help us refine and find issues in our code, right? And currently we have 42 successful test cases. So one more test case, let's check if the updates were really applied. So if the book is equal to updated book, right? So here what we want to do is we want to have an asynchronous test case, because we'll be going to the database to retrieve the book. And here we want to have a const book, await client.query, and we want to select, or maybe we don't even have to do that. Let's use our function get book, will be slightly faster, where the book ID, not ID, is equal to testing book.id. Okay, and as always, we need to delete book.added dttm, and we want to expect that our book to deep equal testing book 1. Okay, let's check this. I don't need to be building these containers once again. Okay, here we have some problems. Basically, it looks like we were expecting that this is an updated description, while here we still have the testing description. Oh, okay, so here that's clear, because we made an update on the database, but we did not really make an update of the testing book itself. Therefore, here in this part, let's say testing book.price is equal to, and let's maybe define const new price here to be 222, and const new description to be equal to this part. Let's maybe not try to make so many typos in description word. Okay, and let's here use these, and let's here use this part. Okay, and then let's set the price to a new price, and let's set the description. Oops, not describe, the description to new description. Okay, let's try to update this once again. Once again, I'm building the container. And basically, this takes a little bit longer because I have a different also versions of Node on my local laptop, and we are using a different one inside the container. Okay, but now everything was successful. That's good. So let's test for the, so here if you take a short look at the routes, right, we also can return you a 404. So let's currently try to test for it, right? So let's create a section. Testing, updating a book that does not exist. Okay, here and here we create a test case where we will be doing something that we are doing right here. So I'll just copy this part. Let's say correct response code. Here we have a callback with then, and then I paste it, and here instead of this part I say does not exist, and here we keep it. So basically we can everything here that is can remain, and we wanted to make a one more test case. Basically we wanted to try to update an ID, right? So here testing updating ID. We did not want to allow for this, right? So here, let's maybe select here. First off, should we get the correct response code? Not really, because we should be testing if this ID did not get updated. Okay, so let's try to update this ID maybe in a before hook. So let's here create a before hook, or maybe before instead of a before hook. Let's here inside the let's test for correct response code, because right here we can just use what we have done right here, right? So we can copy this part. But now let's pass in the correct, so here let's pass in the correct ID, right? So testing book1.id, and now instead of, or next the price, let's maybe now keep the price only here. I don't know why, or maybe let's try to change the year published. Why not? Set it to 200 or 2222. Year published is just year published. And here, let's try to also set the ID. This or changed ID. Right? This absolutely should not happen to us. Okay, but we still want to have, and now we should get a status that is 204, because this should be correctly updated, right? So we should get right here. However, our ID should remain unchanged, and we will test for this. Right here, and I think currently we have slightly too many test cases. Right there. Okay. And this is one too far. Okay, and that's let's test that ID remains unchanged. So basically, how we can test for this is very simple. We can just try to get our book one. So here, let's create an asynchronous test case. And let's say const book equals await get book, where the book ID is our testing book one.id. So here we have not adjusted it, right? We are not expecting any change. We can just change the testing book one.year published, not that we need it, equal to year published. Not that we need it, but here we want to expect that basically the book has been returned. So that the book to not equal So if we did not return a book on the routes, what are we? So basically on the get book, here on the get book, we are returning null, right? So to not equal null. Okay, let's remove the build part. Okay, and now here we have gotten the following. On our patch, we have gotten a 404 instead of getting a 204. Okay, and this is on the correct response code part. Okay, but this is actually good because here we got it on the testing updating the book that does not exist, right? So basically we are testing for a book that does not exist and we should be expecting 404, not 204. But okay, but the fact that we here did not get a failed test case, let's run it. We have 46 passing, the ID remains unchanged. Let's currently, I don't know, try to test to not equal, I don't know, true. All right, I don't think this will work. Okay, this is still passing. Let's try to fail this test. Let's try to fail this test case. To equal null. Right, so now it would be equal if this did not exist. And this is failing. Okay. To not equal null. This is good. This means that we have only one endpoint left to test. This is, and let's, am I creating this in the correct section? So here we have testing patch book, and here I will describe testing delete book. So here once again 2 sections, deleting an existing book. So here first off, correct response code as always. Here we'll be using the done. And we have a chai.request app.delete this time, right? So here it defines a method on/book/ and now I need to use a different type of string to be able to use a $sign and then brackets and here testing book.id, right? So we are correctly deleting this one book. And then we say end. We have an error, we have a response. So here let's check what to be done, but before we are done, let's check here on the right hand side what are we returning with a successful delete. We are returning 204. So we want to expect the response to have status 204. Right, and then we want to test that book does not exist. And now here we want to have an asynchronous test case. And let's say const book equals await get book. As book ID, we want to have the testing book1.id. And we want to expect that the book to equal, this time we want it to be null. Okay, so book does not exist. Let's create one more test case. And this time we'll be deleting a book that does not exist. Right, so the same way here, does not exist. And this time we are expecting 404. And also, I think it would make sense that we here define count before in the before hook. That will be asynchronous. We will get the count. So basically response equals to await client.query. And inside here, we'll get the count of rows in our book table. Right, so select count star as count from book, just to make sure that basically nothing gets deleted, and then our count before, oops, here I'm still in the count before, is equal to response.rows, then the first element, and then count. Okay, and so here we'll add another test case, basically count in the book table remains unchanged. So here we also need to be asynchronous, because once again we need to, or we can use just this point, and then we can expect that the response.rows 0.count to equal count before. Okay, let's run these test cases. And we have 50 test cases passing. That's very well. It's actually not the last test case that we'll write, because we need to add one more important functionality to our API. So currently, if we were to start it, everyone would have access to it. So basically, everyone who has access to the server could make an API request and could get the data. And this is not what you want. Basically, most of the APIs that you have, if not all of them publicly available, will have some form of authentication. So basically, a fancy word for saying that a way of allowing some people to access it and some people to not access it, or to not allow some people to access it. The kind of authentication that we will support we'll be using the API keys. So basically, we'll create a way for the API or for the request to be recognized as an API by the API as a valid request. An API key is just a string, a piece of information that a client, so basically a person doing, or a program doing the request, has to attach to the request so that we allow it. Otherwise, we'll not allow requests without it. Okay, so saying this, let's create a new model, because we will store the API keys in the database. So let's create here a model, API key.js. So with the API key, this will be very simple. And maybe it will be a little bit simpler for us if we actually begin with creating a table. So here, let's create API key.sql. And as always, drop table if exists, and here API key. And now let's create this table. So I would like to have a way of setting the API keys to outdated. I could also have just a possibility, or I could also delete, right, the invalid API keys, because the workflow will be as follows. When we receive a request, we will check if the API key is in the database. If it is, we will allow this request. If not, we will answer with the appropriate HTTP code. So here, what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to set a certain API key to invalid. All right. So first off, let's create an API key that will be a varchar 36. Basically the length of the Uuid that we'll also use. And then I'll create a valid to datetime column that will be a timestamp, and it will be a not null timestamp. Basically, once you create an API key, you'll assign a value right here. So basically, if you want to allow somebody to access your API, you will be you'll have to insert a row into this table where the API key will be just a value that you generate, perhaps the Uuid, and then you set a valid to date, and to this date or to this date time, they will be allowed to access your API. And then I also like to add the timestamp that just tells you default now. That just tells you when a row has been added. Okay, and then let's maybe also create new file that will be called API_key test data.sql. And right away, I will rename this and put this into the Docker Ignore, just so that we, by accident, do not put this into our version control. Also, this is only a testing version. This would not be the end of the world. However, it's always better to be safe than sorry. Okay, here I think we can use Node, where we have, I think here we should have the import of UUID at the top, exactly. And now we just say UUID v4, and we have a unique ID. Okay, and now we say insert into API key values, and our API key first, and then in Postgres we can just say now plus interval, let's say 1 month, and that's all we need to insert. Okay, that's good. And here I think we can also do a delete from API keys, just so that this is reinsertable, where API key equals, and then this value, because we can make, let's make here this a primary key, right? So here we have an ID that is a primary key, and here we have the API key that is a primary key. That just makes the lookup faster. Okay, so we have this part. Right now, what we need to do is we need to go back to our models. And here inside our models, what we want to do is we don't want to define all the models like create, update, and so on, because this will not be supported by our API. So you also could create a logic when somebody, for example, registers or logs in, and then they get the key, right? But here we will not cover this part, maybe in the future videos. For now, we'll just create a logic of checking if the API key is valid. If it's not valid, then not, and if it is, then it is valid. And the workflow behind it is that the owner of the API just inserts new row into the table, basically as we discussed, and this is how he or she create new API keys. So here we need an asynchronous function. Let's call it maybe is API key valid. That will take an API key value. First off, let's start with a different, with a check. So basically the API key should be a string, right? So if the API key type of API key is not string, then we will just return undefined. In other cases, let's initiate a response. Let's have a try catch block, and let's set the response to await client, which has been imported. That's very good. Dot query. And now inside here, we want to just select one from API key. So why we are selecting one, you will see in a second. Now where API key equals $1 and valid to date time is higher than now. Higher or equal maybe. Let's keep it higher. Doesn't really matter. These also includes milliseconds, therefore this will be super unfortunate if somebody had it equal. Okay, here we want to pass the API key. So basically, if we have an API key, but it's not valid, or we don't have an API key with this value, this one will not be selected. So we need a catch block. Inside this catch block, what we want to have is, of course, we console.error, and we want to return undefined if something happens. So now if the response.row count is equal to 0, we want to return false. If otherwise, we want to return true. Right, so basically the question is API key valid. If this is, then true, else false. And because if the row count is 0, this means that this query has not returned any results. And if it's not returned any results, it means that either the API key with this value does not exist, or it's not valid anymore. And we don't want to differentiate between these two. Sometimes it's good not to, or rather to send fewer or less information to the client, right? For security purposes. And we want to export it. Okay, we need to do one more thing. We need to create a middleware function that will apply this logic and that will just be applied, or be executed with all the requests. And if you don't know what middleware function is, we have used or we have utilized it a lot in our to-do app series. So just go watch this series. There it's explained with a web application example, but basically works exactly the same. It is just a function that will be executed, in our case on all requests, but it does not have to be on all requests. You can choose the requests based on conditions that when it should be executed. But let's create a new file now. Let's call it auth.js. And inside this file, what we want to have is we want to have a function that will be asynchronous, that will be called check API key. And the middleware function has to take request, response, and next. So basically a familiar arguments. And first off, how we want to be passing this API key is in the authorization header with a basic option. So basically what we want to have, the request, how this will look like is it will have a header called authorization, and the value of this header will be just basic and then a space and then the value of our API key. We'll make a short example once we finish this. So then you will see basically how it works. But for now, the auth headers or auth header is equal to request.header and then authorization. So here we will be extracting from the headers of the request the authorization header. So basically if here we are not having, so if auth header equals undefined, basically we'll have a response, and here of course you can have normal responses, right? So here I will be also doing response.status 400, which is basically a bad request because it doesn't really mean that this is the user is not authorized. However, what it can mean is that the user just did not, or what it means is that the user just did not attach the header. So here we want to say the message API key is missing. We want to just send a message and that's fine. But in other cases, what we want to do is we want to extract the API key. And as I told you, we will be supporting, I think what's pretty standard, right? So we'll be supporting the basic and then white space. This means that we need to substring it starting from the 6th character because, or 6 will not be, 6 will already be included because basic is 5 letters plus white space is 6. We start counting from 0. Therefore, we are starting from the 6th up until the end. And this is our API key. And basically now we want to have a check. So we want to await our is API key valid. And this got imported. That's very good. And here we want to pass in the API key. Okay, and now let's here make a try. Because we are querying the database in the end, catch. Right, so if we catch any errors, we want to display it to the console, and we want to return respond.send status 500. Okay, that's good. But we have a number, if in the function itself, we have a number of places where we set the check to undefined. Therefore, if the check is undefined, we want to also return respond.send status 500. If the check is false, however, this means that everything went right. We queried the database, but we just did not find a valid API key. Therefore, we want to return response.send status 401. So basically this is by convention a response code that you send when a client is unauthorized to access a given resource, right? So if you did attach an API key, but it's not valid, it means that you are not unauthorized. And I might have said authentication before. We are speaking about authorization. Okay, but if everything went right, this means that the API key is valid and we can go next. So basically, if this function is here, this means that the API key is valid. Okay, and one last thing. We need to go to our app, and what we need to do is before the router, we need to say app.use check API key. And we did not probably import it because here we did not export it. Module.exports equals check API key. And here, sadly, now we will need to do it manually. Check API key equals require, but luckily the path is not too long because it's directly in auth. Okay, so now it looks like we have all the things or all the cases that you'd like to cover with one small little change that we need to do. We need to grab the value of our API key and we need to put it to all our test cases, because currently, if I run this, the problem is that all our test cases will fail, right? So we have many fails here. It's because we are getting, let's check somewhere exactly here, right? We are expecting 201 response code, for example, here, and we are getting 400 bad requests. It's because we have not attached our API key. And this is something we need to do. However, we can't just put it here because you set it in basically in a following way. So you just say go here and to say .set, and then you say like authorization and then the API key with like basic. But you don't want to put your API key, even if it's only for testing, directly here. Therefore, what we need to do is we need to go to our end file and say testing API key here and paste the value right here. Therefore, what we'll be able to do is in all our Chai requests, we will be able to say set. And now here we say authorization. And the value of it will be basic, different type of string, basic. And here I say $, brackets, and I say process env.testing API key. Okay, and now I need to add this particular line to all places where we make a request. Otherwise, this will not work. So here we did not make any. Let's move that to see something more. Okay, here. We made a lot of requests. That's good. Okay, that's good. But now if I run it, we will also get a fail, right? And now the problem is that the relation API key does not exist. Therefore, if you remember here, we have this setup.db. So here, what we need to do is we need to add our API key. And here, this is slightly too much. This is our API key test data. API key, how did I call it? Test data. But this is not called like this. This is called with an underscore. API key, and the same way we have right here. API key. Okay, and now just let's add it also here. So API key plus API key test data. So now this is added to the setup of our tests. Let's stop it. Let's run this once again. And basically you can see our tests running. And currently it's taking a little bit longer, as you can see, because with every query that we do against our database, okay, no, currently we are getting some errors. It's still 400 here, and here we are getting timeouts. Oh, okay, this means that something is wrong. Let's try to take a look right now. Yes, exactly. We have all the test cases here failed. And I think this is a similar issue to one that we already have had, is that here we have this check that we define using const inside the try catch block, but then we are trying to access it right here. So here, let's try to do a let check. And here, let's just assign a value to the check. Okay. Let's try to run these again. Let's see what happens. And currently it was very quick. But still, we got a 401. Okay, so this looks like basically us getting a 401. Let's see, we are returning 401 if the check has been false. Okay, so everything went fine, but just the check has been false. And I currently think there's an issue with our testing API key, or there might be an issue. And I think one thing where we can have a problem is here. Exactly. We need to pass the value from here to our container. And now I'm pretty sure we'll need to once again build the image. Okay, let's wait then until it's built. Let's wait until the test cases are run. Let's see if this time everything goes right or if we still have an error. Okay, this time we get a 400. Okay, but we only have this time 3 failing test cases where we got a 400. So maybe I just forgot to attach, let's see, testing API endpoints, testing patch book. Let's go there, testing patch book. Oh, okay, here I just forgot because it was minimized. I just forgot to send or set this part, and then we got also right here. We also did not have it, and I assume we have one more exactly right here. Okay. By the way, do we have a cleanup here? Okay, 50 passing test cases once again. But actually, let's make another request to whatever endpoint. Let's minimize this. Let's make a whatever request to whatever endpoint testing API key, right? Because we really want to ensure that we get a 404 if we, or describe testing request without a key, right? So here we should get a 400. So here it, and here we want to test for correct response code. I want to use the done option, and we want to do chai.request request app, and then whatever. Let's do a .get on/book, and then and underscore. Well, here I'm not attaching an API key. I will expect the response to have status of 400, and I want to be done here. And then I want to test something more. So basically I want to test, or not, let's create a separate describe section. I want to test with invalid key. So basically with invalid key, right? So here I want to do a .get book, and here I want to do .set authorization, and here I will say basic, and then does not exist. Does not exist, 1, 2, 3, 4. And here I will be expecting a 403, right? Did we return a 403 there? Let's see the API key right here, or no, the auth. We return for 1, sorry, rest for 1. We guess this is unauthorized, and then we want to be done. Okay. Let this run, and I wanted to check if after all the test cases we have some kind of a cleanup, right? Because I don't think 52 passing, that's very good. Okay, I just wanted to add an after hook right here, just so that we await cleanup. Okay, this should not change anything functional. I don't need to be building this, but it's good. Okay, so now we have all our tests set up. We have all the code created. Right now what we need to work on is we need to work on deploying like a dev version of our API, right? So we need to basically check if now our Docker Compose and Docker files are up to speed with all the changes that we've made. And then what we'll do is we'll also create like a test.rest file where we will actually make a few requests, and when you'll be able to see, okay, how the workflow is supposed to look like, and basically like manually now we'll make the requests instead of just a testing module making the request instead of us. Okay, so let's get down to it. Now, in order for this to work, you need to have an extension called REST. Basically, you need to have this REST client extension installed. And I would suggest you install it. You also can use Postman if you want. Yeah, but I don't really make or see a sense. This is just will be a very simple tests. So you don't really need it. Basically, how you use the extension is you create a .rest file and then you say get or another method. And then you say an URL. In our case, this will be localhost 3000/book. And look how nicely it's returning like the URLs that we have somewhere in the files. But let's do a simple, and then a simple book request, and then we need to have an authorization, and then we need to do a basic. And here what we need to do is we need to pass the value of our API key. And because I'm not going to do this as a environmental variable or anything like this, I'm just going to paste it here. This means that the test.rest automatically goes on our Git Ignore. Okay, so currently if we make this request, we'll say that the connection was rejected because nothing really is running, right? So we don't have our API currently running. To make our API currently running, we need to start it with the Docker Compose file. So in the Docker Compose file, we should not have to change anything. Inside our Docker file, we still have the npm run dev. That's good. And let's check out what npm run dev. It just starts our nodemon with the legacy watch, and there we have the error that it crashes once in a while, but this doesn't really matter for us. Okay, but what we need to do is, so now we say Docker Compose, and then we remove this -f so that we start with the basic Docker Compose. We can say --build or Docker Compose app --build. And currently what will, oops, did I make a typo? Yes, W. App --build. This will start, right? And currently what we need to do is we'll need to execute these SQL files against our container. But because here we have these volumes, this will be easy because what we'll be able to do is here on this right hand side, we'll be able to just say, first off we exit node, docker container ls, and this will return us a list of the running Docker containers. What I'm interested in is this Postgres one. I'll copy this. Okay, and now what we will do is I will say docker exec -it, paste the name of the container, and they say psql -u test, so we'll execute it with a test user. And then I will say -f, and then I will say /ddl/ and now the name of the file, right? So in the first case, it'll be API key.sql. And now if I run it, we drop the table and created the table. I already had the table because I was testing some things before. Therefore, the table already existed for me. But you should get just a notification that a table was not dropped because it did not exist. Therefore, let's execute the test data. Let's execute the book. Big book we have already executed, but let's make sure that we have it fresh again, and the test data. Okay, and now we should have all our data. We have our API up and running. Therefore, we should be able to go to our test.rest and make the request. So here we click on send request, and this time we have here, we have a new window that has popped up, and we have received a response. We have received our 3 testing books. So basically, if you go right here, you can see that right here, you can see that these are, if I open this right here, you can see that these are basically the same books, right? You can compare the IDs, all the other values, but these are basically the same. Now, the manual step that we have done is possible to automate, right? You can have like a JS file that you just execute once if you just call it, I don't know, setupdb also, and then you just execute it. You can do it like this, right? So for example, it would be possible to put this logic inside a function and then just store it as a separate file, and then you will be able to call it whenever you want to create this. But also then, if you have a production version of application that's constantly running, you have to think twice a little bit about this. But what can help you here are ORMs that should be possible or should help you in fixing this problem. But okay, currently we have made only 1 request, and that's pretty boring. Let's make another one. So here we just separate requests with triple hash sign. And here let's maybe, I don't know, let's try to make a query for only 1 book, right? So we go to /book/ this ID. Let's send the request. And we have only 1 book. That's good. Let's try to now make a more complicated one. Let's copy this, and here let's make a query string. Let's sort by, I don't know, price. First off, here we need a triple hash sign, not $sign, hash sign. Let's send this request, and we can see it's been sorted by price. Maybe let's try something different. Year published. All right, it's been sorted by year published, and now let's try to use our offset. So basically, and offset equals 1. Send the request, and we do not have the first one. That's fantastic. So this also works. Okay, and now let's maybe try to make this request once again. But let's try to pass in a limit equals 2. Okay, and now we see that we get 2, right? But these are the different than 2, because here we are getting a different one, and here we are getting a different one because of this offset. Okay, but let's try to maybe also sort something descending, right? So let's do a sort by price and desk. So let's send this request, and we can see 333, 222, 111, right? So now if you wanted like only to get the one with the highest price, you would also say and limit equals 1. If you wanted to get the one with the second highest price, you would say and offset equals 1. And if you wanted to implement some kind of pagination on the client, you would also use the limit and the offset. Okay, but this is child's play. We are just retrieving some data. Let's now try to maybe create some, right? So let's do a post. Basically, you do it same way. Here you pass in the, okay, here we need triple hash sign. We need also the authorization part. And now underneath what you do, I think a space or a empty line here is obligatory. You basically put an object with that will become the body, right? And it's important to use double quotes here. Let's say test author. Let's say maybe request so that we can find it. And then let's set the price to 123, 123. Very expensive. Year published. double quotes, that's important. We are creating a JSON here. And then your published will be 1500. And then the description, I can't spell. Description, test description. Okay, let's send this request. Okay, author must be a string and longer than 0. Because we need to also do here, you remember that we need to let the module know what type of data that is or how it should send it to our API. And our API is used to content type of application/JSON, right? So it's not, for example, being submitted as an HTML form, it's just being saved as a JSON. And now our book has been created. Okay, so let's do let's maybe do a request for it. So let's do a triple hash sign, and let's try to do a request for our created book. Let's pass in not a new authorization, but a new ID. Let's send the request, and we can see a new book added just right now. You have to believe me that it is right now, but you can compare all the attributes that they are exactly the same. Okay, let's try to Let's try to patch something right now. So I'll just copy this part, paste it right here. I will change the post to patch. And now let's try to make it cheaper, for example. All right, let's change the price to 1. Let's send this request. Okay, here we had a 404 because I did not pass a ID right here. And we got a 204 now, so no content. Let's try to get our, and here I can see that this has run out of memory. I will just put it back up. This is basically the issue that I do not have on my current PC enough memory to support these. And this will sometimes just crash because it runs out of memory. But I will just once again send it right here. And now we can see that the price has been changed to 1. Okay, and here let's make a delete. I will basically copy this part, delete. I will send this, and we get 204, no content. Now if we do this, we get a 404, not found. Okay, that's it. I would like to say that we have gone through quite a journey, I think. So if this has been your first API, please let me know in the comments. If you're still, after such a long time, and you are still implementing this with me, yeah, congratulations to you. This is very good. I think you have learned a lot and you have improved a lot, definitely. If you are right here, you might as well share some feedback, what I can improve in the comments, and you can also leave a like on this video. This helps a lot. I think a few closing comments from my side. We have spent more than 50% of time, if not 75% of time of this video writing tests. And you might currently do not really see the value in them, but you have to remember that what we have just done is very simple. Real world applications, real world APIs would be much more difficult, and you would extend them much more, right? And I think we will in some future videos. I already have some basic ideas what we can do. For example, the logging queue is pretty bad. We should take a look at this at some point in time, and we will. And once we will be extending this, adding new functionality, having these tests will save us a ton of time. And what's most important, will help you improve the level of service. So it will reduce the number of bugs that you have and the time the API is down. And this is very important. Okay, but for now, I would like to thank you all for watching, and I will see you in some other videos. And important notice or important information. The code for this video will be up on GitHub. I will put this on GitHub right after we finish.